And then there were the final two. More than a whole month of some outstanding rugby union comes to a climax in the most fitting way possible, and it is very hard pressed to think of two more fitting finalists. It's the final, it's right here on the Coach's Corner, and as always, you are welcome. Yes, people, a very good evening, greetings, salutations to every one of you, wherever you may be watching in the world. If you are in the UK, South Africa, and even Asia time zone, of course, that would be South Asia, where I am. Very good evening / good morning to you if you're in the Far East, and also in Australasia, where everyone will be getting up at 7 o'clock in the morning, New Zealand time, to watch it. Very good morning, and good afternoon, of course, to everyone watching in the Americas. And as always, welcome to the corner. And of course, the title says it all. It is the final. New Zealand against South Africa, live from the Stade de France. Both teams, of course, going for their shot at rugby immortality. And when I say immortality, I mean that the winner of this match will be the first team to win the Webb Ellis Trophy 4 times. 4. The two greatest teams in the history of the competition. New Zealand, of course, won the inaugural competition in 1987 and were champions in 2011 and 2015. South Africa, of course, made history by beating New Zealand in 1995 on their home turf in South Africa. A magnificent watershed moment for the country, having, of course, rid themselves of apartheid barely 3 or 4 years ago. And, of course, sensationally winning it in Japan 4 years ago, beating my lot, England, in the final. And now we have 2 3-time champions, the resurgent All Blacks, who lost their first pool game against the defending champions, who were also beaten in their pool match against Ireland. Neither team, of course, won their pool coming into the knockout stages, but you do not need to be the best team in the world. You just need to be the best team on the day. New Zealand outlasted the then top-ranked Irish team with an absolute Herculean effort, and South Africa really pulled the chestnuts out of the fire to beat the hosts by 1 point in their quarterfinal. Come the semi-finals, it was more of a straightforward affair for the All Blacks as they brushed aside the Pumas of Argentina, but South Africa against England were once again made to sweat. And one last-ditch kick from Handré Pollard broke English hearts in their semi-final. And with yesterday's 3rd and 4th place playoff coming to a tight conclusion, possibly too tight for England's comfort, we now come to this absolute cliffhanger of a game. The two best-performing teams in the tournament, who've recovered magnificently. New Zealand, of course, have probably shown the greater momentum, having recovered magnificently from their opening loss to the hosts, France, by posting big scores and, really destroying all opposition that's come their way. And they've certainly shown a great deal of rugby now to give Ian Foster a great deal of delight. And certainly the build-up to the tournament wasn't really good for the All Blacks, having in fact lost to South Africa at Twickenham. Huge Freudian slip. My mind's on the cricket. Damn you, England. And South Africa, of course, had a decent preparation, weren't exactly satisfied with their loss to Ireland in the pool stages, but they recovered well enough and certainly showed why they are the defending champions with absolute grit, never say die attitude. And several members, of course, from that 2019 triumph are playing a big role in this particular campaign. Possibly none more so than Francois de Klerk and Handré Pollard, who we will be speaking about in due course. Now, Hannah should be joining us, and of course, since this is an hour-long preview, I am hopeful to try and get a response from some friends of mine to try and come on the show. I am hoping to get a lot more people in, and as a treat, I took the liberty of making an all-tournament 22. I can tell you straight away that there are going to be quite a few clashes between Hanno's team and my team. But obviously we will have a lot to say when it comes to talking about our selections and so forth. But hopefully we will be getting some more people, maybe from the Instagram group chat, to come on. I know a couple of friends who are rugby fans. If they are free, they're more than welcome to get in touch with me, and I will send them the link. And obviously, because this chat is protected, I cannot post the link on the on the chat screen, and you can't see it on YouTube. But there are a few comments, of course. I did remember, of course, introducing everyone by saying that this will be an absolute cracker. You can't think of a more fitting conclusion than this. With all due respect to the Irish and the French, who obviously have played some magnificent rugby in this tournament and won a lot of hearts. With all due respect to England and Argentina, who were excellent value for reaching the semi-finals. Maybe England not so much, given how they struggled against Samoa and Fiji, but certainly Argentina, with the way they played and the way they approached their games, they certainly won a lot of respect in reaching their third semi-final. They weren't quite able to repeat their bronze medal success of 2007, which is also in France, but they've certainly proven that they are a far cry from the teams of years and decades gone by, which could barely make up the numbers. And we do have one fan, of course, our regular supporter, Chelsea fan, saying big up to everyone, looking forward to this. Two big teams going one-on-one for the World Cup, and happy final, everyone. Keep hitting the like button. And yes, that reminds me, where the heck are my manners? I have got to put the ticker on. And here we are. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, click the bell button for notifications, and do follow Hanno on his socials, Hanno_coach_corner on Instagram, Hanno70830030 on Twitter, and Coaches Corner1 on TikTok. I think he's going to have to edit that and really clarify that, but the ticker is rolling, so do please keep hitting the like button. Do please come on in. If there are any more people who are joining in the chat, we would love to have you on. And I am going to sort of throw this out there. I want you all to those of you who've joined in and who've watched our coverage, I want you to share some of your best memories of the tournament, if you have any. I mean, it's very easy to forget that we saw some brilliant rugby in the pool stages as well. But if there was any moment that really stood out for you, by all means, do not hesitate to, put it in the chat and let us know what your favorite moments were, what your most disappointing moments were, if any. And for me, it's been an absolute joy to be able to cover this tournament. I never thought I'd be able to watch rugby over here in my neck of the woods because, as I said, due to circumstances, certain rugby series and tournaments, like especially the Lions series, which I absolutely love, can't be broadcast over here. But for the World Cup, Sony Sports Network have stepped up and delivered. And although we weren't able to see the medal ceremony for the third place winners, that is, of course, my England team, I do hope that the network will have the better sense to show the medal ceremony for this match. They can't not, really. But while all of you are sort of getting yourself settled in, I will give you an update on the teams. And I did mention that Francois de Klerk and Andre Pollard have made an impact for South Africa. We'll get to them, of course. But the big news, of course, from New Zealand is there is one change from the team which wiped away the Pumas in the semi-final. As expected and perhaps predicted, Brodie Retallick, the number 4, takes his place in the final, dropping the legendary Sam Whitelock to the bench. Now, Whitelock, of course, has already made history by being the all-time Rugby World Cup appearance leader. He will be appearing in what I believe will be his 26th World Cup game tonight if he does come off the bench. And, of course, Whitelock did play his role, of course, in using his immense size to counter the Argentinians. But Retallick will be expected to do battle with the likes of Etzebeth and Mostert in the second row. And so with his greater mobility, along with that of Scott Barrett, it will be an expected change. But apart from that, no real changes. The same 14, which have literally done well in the knockout stages, will get to play. A real kick in the teeth for Lester Fanganaku, who started in place of Mark Talea against Ireland and scored a try and really played well. But with Talea returning from his suspension, he sort of had to come back in. And, of course, Richie Mo'unga is not really the best kicker, So his kicking will be under pressure tonight, or it could very well be that Ian Foster might say, Richie, mate, I love you, but we cannot afford to risk your poor kicking tonight. Geordie's going to take our kicks, or even Bowden could do a good job, really. And of course, speaking of both of them, they find a place in the final. The three brothers, actually, alongside Scott, of course, to make a moment of history. And look out for the number 8, the vice captain, Andre Surveyor, who will hope to join his brother Justin Surveyor as a World Cup winner. Justin, of course, being a veteran of the 2015 title triumph. And the subs are pretty much as they were, no changes there. Of course, the big one is that Whitelock occupies his place on the bench as the backup second row, but he could also definitely fill in the back row if Ian Foster decides that size is needed. And he actually did play his role, of course, in that Herculean last-ditch defensive effort against Ireland in the quarterfinals. And pretty much as he were on the bench apart from that. As for South Africa, well, there have been two very big changes made. There is no room for Manny Libak at fly half. There is no room for Cobus Reinach at scrum half. Their places, of course, have been taken by Handry Pollard and Francois de Klerk, respectively. Apart from that, the same 13 that started in the final: Damien Viemze, Kurt Lee Aronser, Jesse Creel, Damien Allender, Cheslin Colby, who was, of course, deemed to have illegally charged down Tom Ramos's conversion attempt in the semi-final, and it proved to be a difference maker. I think it's fair to say that Ben O'Keefe will not be welcome back in France anytime soon, and he better make a hasty retreat. I'm just glad he was, well protected while he was still a part of the tournament. And of course, the front row remains the same: Kitshoff, Monambi, and Malherbe. Monambi, of course, has been one of the standout hookers in the tournament, along with his two props by his side. Etzebeth, the big unit, one inspirational figure. His go-ahead try really made the difference in the quarterfinal against France, along with Mostert, his old mate, in the second row. And then, of course, the usual three of Sia Khaleesi, the captain, Pierre Steph Dutoit, and Dwayne Vermeulen will complete the back row. And some news from the subs is that one big member of the bomb squad, the backup tight head prop, Stephen Koch, has been deemed not fit to take his place on the bench, so Trevor Niakane will take his place. And there are some newcomers as well. There is no room for either Reinach or Libak on the bench, a real choker for the both of them. I think it's fair to say that Jacques Nienaber, noting how nervous they were in the semi-final and how Reinach, of course, has had his psyche badly affected by those disgusting death threats from the France fans, of course, deciding to take them out of the firing line and out of the 23. So instead, it will be Rudolf Sneeman, who scored the crucial try against England in the semi-final. Quagga Smith will be at number 21. And at number 22, we see a place on the bench for Jasper Wiese. And as usual, it'll be Willie LaRue, who will be the backup to the back. So obviously, once Hanno comes on, once he sorts out his internet issues and so forth, we will definitely have a discussion on the South African squad and why the changes were made. We did talk about how the changes at scrum half and fly half were, of course, expected. And I did, in fact, predict that, when you have two veterans and two stars of the 2019 triumph on the bench coming on and making such an impact while the starters looked a little bit off the pace, there was no way that you could take chances in a big game like this. And so this is probably South Africa's strongest possible 15, allowing, of course, for the potential for the bomb squad to come off the bench, although Stephen Koch, of course, will be missed. That front row, along with Nche and Dean Fury, really made mincemeat of the England scrum once we took off our first choice front row and put on the likes of Kyle Sinclair and company. A little bit of naivety there from Borthwick, but listen, Stevie, mate, you've done brilliantly with our team, and I'm really proud of you and the lads. And so yeah, not too many people in the chat. We started, of course, on the dot at 7 p.m. We're hoping to still have some people coming in. I really don't know what else I can possibly do, except I do. I actually took the liberty, mind you, and I hope that we will have some more people in the chat, of naming a very special all-tournament 22 of my own. That is a starting 15 and 8 substitutes, rather. So it's actually not a 22, but a 23. So here is my starting 15. We've got Bowden Barrett of New Zealand starting at fullback, with Buffelli of Argentina and Fiku of Cheslin Colby, the backs alongside him. Colby, of course, 5'7", but with speed to die for. Buffelli with his catching and kicking, absolutely exquisite. Mwah. A little chef's kiss there. And centre, I was thinking of going for Joey Marchant, who certainly was outstanding for England. But when you have a superstar like Gael Fickou, who was also a big part of France's run to the quarterfinals, only to be pipped to the post, you know, he finds a place over there alongside Bundy Aki, who was magnificent for New Zealand. Definitely a candidate for any tournament 15. I'm sure the Rugby World Cup people, courtesy of their social media accounts, have named their tournament 15, and I will share that with you. At fly half, you have so many outstanding fly halves from which to choose. I plumped for the legendary Irishman Johnny Sexton, and who else but at scrum half then another absolute legend in the All Black Aaron Smith. I believe he will be, along with Sam Whitelock, announcing his retirement from international rugby after the tournament. But scrum half, clean handling, fast hands and fast feet, able to score some tries. He definitely finds his place in this team of mine. And in the front row, I've sprung a bit of a surprise by going for the French loose head prop. Let me see what his name is. Cyril. I want to see if I can pronounce it correctly. Cyril Bailly. Obviously, France have been known in the last few years for having props who were so mobile and who could run around like centers and definitely be able to, you know, upset any attack. There have been some other props who've done quite well, but Bailly's speed has really impressed me, and he finds a place at loose head. At hooker, it has to be the South African Monambi, who has been outstanding, of course. And at tight head, I've gone with Dan Cole of England, who was also quite an absolute rock, of course, in England's run to the semi-finals. The second prop, of course, to earn 100 caps for England. But unlike Jason Leonard, he still doesn't have a World Cup winner's medal to his credit, although he does have a runner-up medal from 2019. In the second row, very hard to leave out Brodie Retallick. But when you've got Eben Etzebeth playing in that number 4 position, you've just got to put him in there. And Scott Barrett takes his place alongside him. Tough on Mr. Mostert, but it is what it is. The blind side and open side flankers will be Sia Khaleesi, who captains the side, along with Peter Steph Dutoit, his countryman. And you cannot look too further than Andre Surveyor for the best number 8 in the tournament, the best back row forward by far. He, of course, will assume the vice captaincy, although maybe it could be Etzebeth or someone else. And, you know, there are several really terrific leaders in this team who certainly have the ability to have a great deal of experience on the field and really drive the team forward in every single way. Maybe not too much in terms of youngsters, although Bailly certainly has some youth in him. But, you know, this is certainly a team which I believe would be a match for any team, even a Barbarians team full of legendary players themselves. And here, of course, are my bench. Augustin Creevy. When you can when Argentina had the luxury of replacing their captain, Julian Montoya, with their former captain, Creevy, who is able to come on and lend some terrific leadership in his own right, that plays a very big role. And certainly when Argentina beat Wales in the quarterfinal, his influence was very much in full effect. And of course, on his side, you've got the 2 members of the bomb squad, Oxenche and Stephen Koch. Tough on Dion Fury in a way, who would have completed that bomb squad front row. But Creevy has to just edge out Koch, in my opinion. And of course, you've got the legend, Mr. Whitelock, as a backup to the second rows. He also can play in the back row if you need the size. Someone who can come on and really change the course of the game quite magnificently. And then, of course, Rudolf Sneeman, his try against England broke our hearts. Danny Cares, the backup scrum half who made the difference between England and Samoa. A real clutch player with a try interception and scoring a try of his own. Nicolas Sanchez, of course, can certainly come on and cause a few problems. Maybe not the best in terms of kicking if you want to give Messrs. Sexton and Barrett or even Buffelli a rest, but he can certainly provide some lethal speed and really make a huge impact. And, of course, to satisfy Hanno, who rated Ramos ahead of Bowden Barrett, I've stuck Ramos on the bench. Now, we're going to take a look and see if there are any more comments here. And we've got Mr. Shush in the building. Hello, everyone. Good evening to you. And hopefully South Africa win. Fiku interesting, but he's gone for Marchant or Creel. I was considering Marchant, by the way, so I'm glad. No, Will Jordan is a disgrace, scoring 8 tries this World Cup. And if he scores tonight, he breaks the record. Listen, Jordan might not make my team of the tournament, but as long as he's in the starting lineup for the All Blacks, that counts. And look, you need to understand, calling it a disgrace is absolutely harsh. I mean, it's my team. I have the right to to select whoever I believe fits the bill, and I believe that I've got a team full of try scorers, so it's hard to leave out Will Jordan, but you can't have too many All Blacks in the team now, can you? And I know that you wanted to up for Taj Furlong, who was also outstanding at tight head prop for Ireland. Certainly had a fine tournament himself, but I just think Dan Cole edged it for me. And sharing this on your Facebook page to get more people to come in, I hope it helps. Terrific. Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. Danny Vorster, good evening to you, sir. Hopefully your country will win, South Africa. And, of course, welcome back to the stream, says Chelsea fan. Now, the disappointing thing is that I was hoping for, more people to come on in. But it is what it is. And I'm just about to switch on the TV because I think there is going to be some sort of a preview to the tournament right now. Just some highlights, basically, of the two teams and their run to the final. And, of course, they are talking about the greatest tries in World Cup history. And at number 1, it's Jason Robinson, old Billy Whiz for England in 2003. And that celebration where he sort of, hit, sort of volleyball the ball into the crowd. Absolutely iconic. Really, really, really. And yeah, so Shush, I mean, why don't you select your tournament 15 and let me know what you've got in mind. And I see Will Jordan jumping over for a try right now, and Mark Talea also coming forward, and Aaron Smith as well. You see why I picked him. There's no way you can't pick Aaron Smith in the team. And it was also a tough call to leave out New Zealand captain Sam Cane, but I just think the understanding that Khaleesi and Desoir shared edged it for me. And of course, Surveyor coming in will also really complement it perfectly. Tough call, a tough break for Dwayne Vermeulen, but selection is a beautiful business. And we've got some Hanno saying we'll join you in a few minutes. Wi-Fi back, excellent. So we've got the main man, the main boy behind this channel coming in soon, and obviously he's going to take a look at my 15 and my 8 subs and critique them, but also share some insights about South Africa and. Obviously, there's nothing much to say about New Zealand, and but South Africa obviously have made several changes to the 23, which will certainly raise a few questions. We did discuss them in brief in the during the halftime period of yesterday's stream between England and Argentina, but we're going to go further into detail and just some more preview shots over here. I do believe we will be heading to the Stade de France in about 20 minutes from now. Normally, we would hear the children singing the official Rugby World Cup anthem, World in Union, made famous by Her Grace Dame Kiri Te Kanawa, New Zealand native, of course. A song which really, put some chills into your body. And you want me to bring up the 15 again? Absolutely. I know what changes you're going to make. I know that you wanted to have Jordan and Marchant in. But Shoosh, go right ahead. So, according to you, it's Marchant for Fiku, Will Jordan for Buffelli. Anyone else you got in mind? I think you also said Furlong for Dan Cole. I might also show you my 8 subs in case you're interested. I am also hopeful that we can get some of the, as I said, some of our friends from the Instagram group chat to come on. I know that Sani, the sports guy, with whom I've done a few streams for the tennis, is certainly one who needs to come here ASAP. But look, it is what it is, and I'm just grateful, of course, to have all your company here and just chatting with you. And I'm waiting for a reply. And so instead of Bowden Barrett, you've got Buffelli at 15. Very harsh on Bowden Barrett, in my opinion, whose catching and kicking have also been superb. And the chip kick in particular that he's been using has arguably been, in my opinion, the best in the tournament. I mean, he's exploited the bounce perfectly and found its man. So Buffelli in at 15, Will Jordan at 14. Look, you got 200 space for 200 characters in the chat, so try and type the numbers and surnames all at once if you can. If you can't, that's not a problem. I shall happily wait. Okay, so at 10, instead of Sexton, you've gone for either Pollard or Owen Farrell of England, Josh van der Fleer from Ireland, or Tom Curry from England at number 6. Now, van der Fleer and Curry have both played at open side, which is number 7, and 6 is the blind side position. So might want to be a little bit careful there, but it is what it is. And Shu's saying it probably doesn't matter that much. And maybe you have a point, because I do seem to remember when Eddie Jones first coached England, one of his first steps was to change the form, change Chris Robshaw, who he deposed as captain in favour of Dylan Hartley, changing him from open side to blind side. And it worked a bit of a treat. But I don't know if that would necessarily be the best thing to do in this case, but hey, it is what it is. Man, I see Hanno trying to work his charm in the chat, getting some people to try and join in if they possibly can. I hope to receive a few more people, but oh, for heaven's sake, trying to share it on my story didn't really work, and now I've got to. The rest can't really say anyone is much better. Very tough to leave out Ramos, but he finds a place on my bench, so I suppose that kind of works. But now we are, of course, here, as I said, and just waiting for Hanno to join in and give me a little company. I was hoping to invite a couple of other mates of mine who were big rugby fans themselves. I'm not too sure if they're available, but it is what it is. Maybe just not able to find the time. But you've still got me, ladies and gentlemen. And you will have Hanno momentarily. And I do have to thank him, of course, for taking the lead in providing coverage of this amazing tournament. Anytime I get to see some rugby being played, it's always a delight. First, I've obviously got my start in watching rugby, watching England's teams win the Grand Slam in 1991 and 1992, banishing the ghosts of 1990 when they lost to an inspired Scotland team, which won the championship, the Triple Crown, and the Grand Slam all in one game at Murrayfield. And since then, I've seen the best of England. I've seen the worst of England, whether on BBC Sport or whether on Sky Sports or even the Star Sports Network. I've seen the best and the worst. I've read about the best and the worst. And it's a sport that once you really start understanding the rules, which I couldn't quite then, growing up, of course, enjoying football and cricket a lot more, the more you really start to enjoy it and the more involved and engrossed you can possibly get. And I know that some of my big mates on YouTube, like Del Boy Gunner TV, are big rugby fans. I do hope that they will also possibly come in and join. And if they do want to come on, I will definitely send them the link. And in fact, I might just send Del Boy the link and ask him to come on and keep me company. It's getting a bit lonely without. Oops. Speaking of the gentleman himself, here he is. Good evening, Bert. How are you? Excited?
Nervous, more than excited.
Okay, so
18 minutes.
Yeah, and I know obviously that once you some people are so mean on Facebook, just ask them if they want to join the stream. Look, they're just faceless cowards. You know that right now, Chelsea fan, but don't worry about it. Thank you very much indeed, though, for offering, by the way. Now, of course, first things first, we did speak about the teams. New Zealand, of course, have made one change to the starting lineup. As expected and predicted, Retallick has come in for Whitelock, with Whitelock dropping to the bench. But the 23 are as they were. But we are going to come to the South Africa 15 just for you. Now, I do remember saying that with Reinach and Libbeck feeling the heat in the semi-final, and Reinach in particular probably not feeling in the right frame of mind due to those disgusting occurrences off the field. I think Nienaber made it clear that he didn't want either of them to be risked in a game like this. So it is Handry Pollard and Francois de Klerk who take their places at fly half and scrum half respectively. Apart from that, it is the same 13 from the semi-final and the quarter-final. But would you go so far to say that this is the strongest team that you lot can put out right now?
Probably, I would say so. Yeah, I would probably say that's our strongest 11. Um, yeah, starting 15 is probably our strongest. If we had everyone fit, I would probably put in Marks in for Munambi and put Amin for Crew, depending on his form, of course. But yeah, I think, of course, what's his face? Just Jasper Wiese is on the bench. It's good, but I still just think better in experience. But definitely from the bench, he can bring us a big impact.
Right. So the big question here, of course, is that neither Reinach nor Lübeck even find a place on the bench. And of course, the bomb squad front row is missing one of its big members, namely Stephen Coke, who, as you told me, was deemed not fit. So Trevor Nyakane comes in. You've got Jean Klein, who did, in fact, play for represent Ireland in the previous World Cup, but has now returned home, a bit like a prodigal son, if you will. Rudolf Sneeman, of course, the heartbreaker for England in the semi-final, and Quagga Smith, of course. I believe his real name is Jacobus Petrus Smith, I think. And you've got Willie LaRue, who should be able to cover for Damien Viemze if he also slips up a bit. And then Jasper Wiese, as you mentioned. But with no Reinach, who could possibly fill in for de Klerk if he needs a rest at scrum half?
So it will probably be Colby or Smith. I would go with Colby. Would you put in that 11? I think you need to change the team around there a bit. Then probably bring on Leroux, put him at 15, put Willemse or Dialende at 13, and put Colby at number 9.
Okay. Very, very big call. Very big call indeed. To not even have a replacement scrum half on the bench is a very big call by Nienaber, but yeah.
We did have a 7-1 split against Ireland. Did have a 7-1 split against them before the Rugby World Cup started 2 weeks before. It's where we slapped them up 35-7. So what can I
we've
say?
actually got so we've actually got a little article over here talking about the 7-1 split, and let me welcome the Wales/England fan Ollie Sinclair. Good evening to you, son. How are you? And where are your loyalties lying tonight?
I'm not Wales/England. Obviously, I support England in football and Wales in rugby, but yeah, I'm going with the New Zealand win tonight. I think they'll win by 10 points or more. My mum thinks it's going to be a closer game. She's going to New Zealand as well, but my mum knows a few South African friends.
No.
So.
Okay, right.
No.
So, so before we get any further, Hanno, I'm going to speak about this article. And this actually I will share the article, in fact. Where are my manners? Do please forgive me, everyone. And we will, of course, breeze through this and maybe a few other things before we go to the Stade de France. Now, Alistair Telfer here on BBC Sport has written his analysis. New Zealand, of course, hoping to squeeze past South Africa in an incredibly tight Rugby World Cup final, says Paul Grayson, who won in 2003. You only get two chances in the World Cup final, and in the form they've shown, you can't bet against New Zealand. So, possibilities of fatigue catching up with South Africa. He picked the same 23 players in the knockout games against France and England, with those intense matches coming after pool games against Scotland and Ireland, who, like their knockout opponents, were both ranked in the top 6 teams in the world. New Zealand's draw on paper, despite their loss to France, was much kinder, having only played 2 out of the current top 6 teams. And of course, their victory in the first semi-final was as expected. So has the well run dry for South Africa? And it, you would think that with the changes that Ninaba has made to the bench as well, it could very well be. They looked exhausted against England and France and didn't have energy by the skin of their teeth. They found something in the scrum to pull off the win. Can they do it again? It will be frustrating. And the 7-1 split that you mentioned, Hanno, could that be a gamble too far? 7-1 split of forward to backs on the bench, 15 forwards in their matchday squad of 23, full metal jacket, as they said. As you mentioned, it was used in the 35-7 thrashing of New Zealand and a second time when they lost to Ireland. But Leroux will have to cover Handry Pollard if the fly half has to go off.
No,
and Cheslin Colby, as you mentioned, will cover Faf de Klerk at scrum half.
Veli won't cover at 10. It would be Damien Willemser. Because he has experience at club level at 10. And I was playing for the Springboks there.
Yeah, and so, I mean, with one back on the bench, if you get an injury in special positions, you have no cover except part-timers, and that puts you under enormous pressure. So the stereotype that New Zealand are just a team of flashy backs is incorrect. Their pack is capable of matching the best in the world. I mean, obviously, Ethan de Groot, Tyler Lomax, and Cody Taylor haven't necessarily been world beaters, but they've definitely done more than enough to cope. And now we come to New Zealand. Could they win the kicking battle? And you see why I picked Beauden Barrett in my tournament 15. A wet ball could hinder New Zealand's renowned fast-running game, but their kicking game could be the real weapon. When you drag and drop how you beat the box, then England did it superbly. If you want to drag and drop there, the best team to regain possession from the kick battle is New Zealand, and it always has been. And when New Zealand get the ball back after employing their kicking game, they can do things other teams can't do. And of course, Foster changed up the team after they lost to Ireland at home with 3 important switches, the Barretts all coming in. Beauden, of course, used to be the fly half. He went to fullback. Geordie went to inside centre. And Scott breaking up that 2005 World Cup winning pairing of Sam Whitelock, who's on the bench, and Brodie Retallick starting tonight. And all significant players, of course. So very interesting analysis here from Mr. Telfer. I wonder if, obviously, you believe that the New Zealanders do have an advantage in the way they've been able to kick. And even we've seen that even when Richie Mo'unga has flopped, Geordie Barrett has stepped up to the plate quite magnificently.
Yeah, Geordie, he's got a big foot on him. So if they do need a match-winning kick to the post 50 meters out, definitely back him to get it over. And even against the touchline, we have seen he can kick a few far. But even Beauden, he can also kick a few down.
Yeah. And now, of course, just before you might want to leave so that you can watch the telecast with your family, and maybe, Ollie, you can also have your say after Hanno leaves, here's my 15 for the tournament. Beauden Barrett at fullback, Buffelli at foot number 14, Cheslin Colby at number 11, Gail Fickou at 13, Bundy Aki at 12, Sexton at fly half, Aaron Smith at scrum half, front row, Cyril Baia, Monambi from South Africa, and Dan Cole of England, Etzebeth and Scotty Barrett as the second rows, Captain Khaleesi, Peter Steph Dutoit are the blind side and open sides, and the number 8, the back row is complete by the New Zealand vice-captain, Surveyor. What changes would you make to this 15?
Khaleesi out. Don't think he's been that impressive.
I'll put Dan Bigger in.
At fly half instead of Sexton? Yeah. There's your Welsh bias coming in there, son.
or maybe George North, Lewis Summit.
Oh, calm down. Hanno has to have his say because he's going to go off and watch. He's going to go off and watch TV. So Hanno, you go first. Ollie, you'll go after him.
Khaleesi definitely out. Probably put some Curry or. There's not really been another 6 that stood out this tournament. Was that a Frizzell, but he was out injured.
No, I think Frizzell played in
Frizzell,
both the. Yeah, he played in the knockout stages.
yeah. Frizzell or Curry in there at 6.
And
Dan Collis, England, right?
Yep.
Probably go to. Yeah, to fair, that's fine. I wouldn't put Bongi in. Probably put the French hooker in. Whoever that
Mavuka.
is.
His name's Mavuka, and he and Bailly both play for France.
Yeah, and then at number 1, Bailey or Furlong, don't really mind. 10, definitely not Sexton. We'll give number 10 to Pollard or Farrell.
That's what Shoes said in the chat, by the way, and he was ripping me. He was ripping me up for refusing to select Will Jordan. But how many All Blacks can you have in the team, by the way?
Bowden, I get why you have put him in, but I would put Buffett at 15 and Jordan.
Okay, fair enough. I just think the kicking really makes a difference, although I understand you think of Buffett also. Yeah, it's just starting right now. We got someone. I'll just find out who. It's Micah Penniman performing his hit, Relax, Take It Easy. What a hit that was back in the day. I don't know if you remember that, Ollie.
No.
But
I'm on adverts, you know. Mine's on adverts.
My 15 is Buffelli
I think
at 15. Pinot at 14, of course, Pinot. I think
France, right?
Yeah, of France. Then I went with Crew, but I kind of forgot about Foucault. But yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing, wouldn't mind Foucault there. Bundy Aki at 12 there. Will Jordan at 11. Pollard at 10. Smith at 9. Aaron Smith. Adi Sevilla. Peter Sefter Toy. Tom Curry at 6. Scott Barrett. Ibn Itzebeth. And then I put Tide Furlong at number 3. And
Who's
then
your captain?
I'll come to that now. 3 is Furlong. Oka is that French one, Mavuka. And then number 1, I've gone Lomax or the other All Black one.
De Groot.
Yeah, let's go to Lomax. So yeah, captain. Probably Sevilla, because it is like vice captain.
Or, I mean, yeah,
Scott,
I get that.
Or Scott Barrett.
I mean, I could even consider Aaron Smith as a possible candidate, but
yeah.
I mean, he leads the Hackers well for New Zealand. But anyway, it's sort of the ceremony going on right now, and this Micah Penniman performing. I don't think either of you will know who he is, but he had some hits back in the day. Very famous for his falsetto voice, of course. And
I haven't got that.
You can see a huge
adverts.
Yeah. Oh, sorry to hear that. It should be on BBC for you, right?
Yeah, no, it's on ITV, ITV1.
ITV. Oh yeah, I remember watching the 91 final on ITV and not the BBC. So yeah, I remember.
Yeah, most of the games are on ITV. Some have been on the BBC or Channel 4, but most of them have been on ITV.
Yeah, but I remember, of course, watching in '91 when Will Carling's boys lost to Nick Farr Jones and his lot. Cried a river that day.
I'll join you guys at halftime.
Yeah.
with-
All I can say right now is Strector, and I hope you boys have a good game.
yeah. Hopefully we win, and
Yeah.
if we don't, it's going
He's gonna be
but,
quiet.
yeah. I mean, I know you didn't name any subs, but I'd named a few right over here. Some which you'd like, but we'll talk about that later.
Cravey, no.
No Welsh
Oxen
players.
G.
How dare you?
Koch, Pryfair, Whitelock, Slayman, K. Probably Reinach or someone else. Or Roygard.
I selected this bench based on their impact off the bench, and Kerr, of course,
Yeah.
was the guy who won the match against Samoa. Clutch player, definitely. And Sanchez, I'm sorry, Ollie, but I had to put him in there. That intercepted try broke your hearts, but I have to say I'm not a big fan of Warren Gatland, and I think he deserved it after the comments he made about the of the draw. And to satisfy you, Hanno, Ramos finds a place on the bench. I've got some good kickers in my 15, and Ramos can also come on and do some kicking if he needs.
I'll change Sanchez. Probably to Russell or Lebock.
Finn Russell, he's gone to Bath now.
Yeah, something more.
He's been playing well
more
for Bath.
like
He got an assist.
different type of.
Okay.
Different type of
right.
10 and different type of 9. So yeah.
Right, so we're seeing the teams lining up in the tunnel right now. Time for you to leave, Hanno. See you soon. I couldn't think of any outstanding Welshmen. Maybe Bigger was one option, but apart
Bigger,
from that, no.
What about
I mean, Reece Zammit also.
Yeah, Reece Zammit.
George North, Reece Zammit. I certainly wasn't going to consider someone like Jack. Nope. Not even Jack Morgan or anyone else. I'm sorry, son. But we see the teams in the tunnel right now. Sam Kane leading his team. And so this is it. It all comes down to this. And anyway, enough of this talk. All focus, of course, will be on the final. And I will, of course, create a banner for the score.
Yeah. 0-0. Yeah, I see the players in the tunnel. They're showing South Africa at the moment.
Yeah, and of course, when it comes time for the anthems or the introduction, I will mute it. And I stand up for the anthems.
Yeah. Okay, I'll mute my screen, mute my mic. But we'll turn it back on after the anthems, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, so New Zealand players are coming out now.
New Zealand and South Africa. I don't know how far you are ahead of me or behind me.
I'm behind, I think. I'm watching on my Xbox, so I might be behind.
Right. So I will possibly do a little bit of commentary, so don't mind if you see a few spoilers. But of course, I've got the
I might be a bit delayed
going on. Some more comments. We've got Chris Mossing and or Luke from Across the Pond Sports Talk. Go Springbok, but All Blacks are expected to win. Arsenal 5-0, Chelsea news to lose 2-0, Newcastle good match with Wolves finishing 2-2. Excellent work for Gary O'Neill, continuing his great run. Come on, South Africa, Chelsea, Wolves, Palace all tied. But listen, it's time to mute the screens now because they're both on the field. Aotearoa and Nkosi Sikalele Africa. And of course, for the final time, we will be watching New Zealand's rendition of the Kapa Opango haka, led by the legendary and retiring Aaron Smith. And of course, no greater sight than the New Zealand haka. Kapa Opango. A bit of a change from the Kamate haka, which I remember listening to growing up as a child. No greater sight, no more intimidating sight than watching these teams there. And you can see Aaron Smith exceptionally animated as he sort of rips the spear across his neck there. Very graphic. I think, you know, the haka is, of course, very serious business. Now, sadly, due to my lack of professionalism, I don't know if I can tell you who won the toss and who will be kicking off. I will try and find out from our friends on BBC Sport. And, of course, it will be Wayne Barnes in charge tonight, assisted by another Englishman in Carl Dixon. Matthew Carley is another assistant referee, and Tom Foley in charge of the TMO. And very tired legs out there. Box, of course, are being cast as the bad guys, given how they beat France in the semis and England in the France in the quarters and England in the semis by 1 point each. Right, so Sia Khaleesi, of course, hoping to emulate Richie McCaw in winning 2 straight tournaments. It is, in fact, New Zealand and Beauden Barrett who will be kicking off. I still can't tell you who won the toss. I will try and find out as soon as I possibly can. But obviously, the South Africans are still looking to 1995 for inspiration, when Francois Pienaar's boys shocked the world and robbed Jonah Lomu and company of magnificent win. And of course, it is an all-English lineup with the linesman, the referee and the linesman. Wayne Barnes, of course, is the man in the middle. Never really had the best of starts as an international referee, but improved. And we do have the kickoff with Beauden Barrett kicking it right into the half, easily claimed by
I'll say when I kick off. I haven't kicked off yet.
Yeah, but listen, I am starting the commentary. I do apologize. And that is Viemze, in fact, who received that well, not Arenza, my bad, and kicked that straight into touch. We have a New Zealand line out with 20 seconds gone. Cody Taylor taking charge of it, and it is easily claimed, and Aaron Smith now passes it all the way to Maunga. Geordie Barrett, Mark Talea, and Bowden Barrett. Jordan kicking it forward. That should be claimed very easily by South Africa, and it is, and BMZ has the chance to put the ball into touch, and it is put into touch.
And they've just kicked off.
Sort of at the halfway line. So you are now 43 seconds behind me. I do apologize. But obviously, you know, you can see each play in real time when I ask you to give your opinion of it, and it'll all work out well, I promise you. But New Zealand line out, Mr. Taylor once again at work, and barely won by New Zealand, but still running with the ball. An errant pass there from Maunga, but thankfully, of course, with the All Blacks coming up in the pack, no harm done. Taylor now trying to make some amends, going to ground, and Aaron Smith now having to struggle to try to get the ball to release it, but eventually he does. Ardy Surveyor, the number 8, and New Zealand's vice-captain, as I mentioned, hoping to emulate Justin Surveyor, who won in 2015, also by scoring 8 tries in that tournament. Quality player he was. Hooked kick up by Aaron Smith. Should be easily claimed, but BMZ doesn't claim it, and it does fall into New Zealand's hands with the big Brodie Retallick getting onto it. And Bowden Barrett is able to recover and pick it up. And this is fast and frenetic stuff already in the first 2 minutes of the game. Aaron Smith. Tyrell Lomax going to ground. And Barnes trying to... Barnes actually stops the play, and we're going to find out if there is an infringement. And it looks as though it could very well be a penalty to South Africa. Manambi's on the field, but some fast, frenetic action. Not too much to choose between both teams, eh, Ollie?
Yeah. New Zealand have had more possession, though.
I mean, it's a bit rash to say they've had more possession with not even 3 minutes on the clock, and the clock has stopped. And Barnes now trying to restore order. Manambi's on the floor, clutching his knee. And this could be a problem because although Dion Fury has done a good job for South Africa off the bench, Manambi has been one of South Africa's key players. Man of the match, of course, in the quarterfinal against France, despite the best efforts of even Etzebeth and company.
Oh, that's good.
What's good? And we already see some action with Barnes signaling to the TMO office, so we're going to find out what goes on here.
Yeah, they've stopped the clock at 2 minutes and 27 seconds. I think there's an injury of South Africa there.
We could see a possible citation for foul play, and one of the key...
Yeah. I think it could be a yellow card, and I think they're trying to sub someone on now. To sub off the injured player already with 2 minutes gone. Yeah,
it is Manambi, the hooker, who's injured. So if he can't carry on already, it will have to be a Dion Fury, the number 16, who'll come on and replace him.
Wayne Barnes going to TMO, so see what happens here. They're checking what happened. I think what happened is
sort of, yeah. And a yellow card has been issued. And it is the flanker, Shannon Frizzell, who has been sent to the sin bin for 10 minutes. And the card is also under review for a possible upgrade to a red card. So for 10 minutes, New Zealand are down to 10 men, which is not the start they wanted.
You mean 14 men? No.
My bad, 14 men. Thank you very much for correcting me. With you on, I get in more of a football mindset. My bad. And Manambi is able to eventually get up. And it is, of course, Tom Foley, who was in charge of the TMO.
He's given the yellow card,
All English lineup tonight. All English lineup tonight when it comes to the anthems. And of course, South Africa won both of the finals without a try being scored in 1995 and 2007. Penalties, of course, were the difference. England did have a try which should have been scored by Andrew Sheridan, but I believe was disallowed. Another heartbreaker for me that day. I remember watching that on TV5, AG, with the commentary in French. And so already Handry Pollard has the chance to kick for goal. right
Why
in
was the
the
commentary in French?
I'll tell you in a minute. But
Alright.
should be a straightforward kick, and it's just well, it hits the post and then goes through, but as long as it goes through, that's more than enough. And Handry Pollard, of course, in for Manny Libak, who's not even in the 23, alongside Cobus Rainak. And I think it's fair to say that there was a little bit of foul play by Frizzell, but it will be under review. And Manambi cannot continue, and already South Africa are forced to make a change. An absolute choke for the South African number 2, who has been one of the team's stars in this tournament. And as you know, I named him in my 15. So
Pollard steps up, and he scored 3-0
Yep.
to South Africa.
But not the best penalty. It went in off the post.
No, it went in through the post. Yeah, off the post.
Yeah. And so from the kickoff, Dwayne Vermeulen went to ground, but de Klerk is able to hook that away. De Klerk also starting ahead of Cobus Rainak.
Pollard in his 15.
I know. Please don't interrupt me. And Brody Retallick going to ground. Aaron Smith's releasing. Bowden Barrett. Richie, actually that is Andre Surveyor, not Richie Monga. My bad. But as long as I can see the shirt numbers, I know who they are. And that is Lomax, who gets the ball and goes to ground. He has to hold on to it and then release it just in time. And he does that well enough. And it is Mark Talea, the number 11, who is still available. And it's going to be difficult for South Africa, because they've got to try to make the best use of their one-man advantage, at least for 10 minutes. And of course, if Frizzell's offensive is upgraded to a red card, then it will be advantage South Africa. But they've already lost their star hooker in Manambi, although Fury is a more than decent replacement. And have they released the ball? Still finding some trouble. And Smith has to get his foot in and do some work there. And eventually he does. This is why they call it rugby football, you see. And a nice hook kick high into the air should be claimed, and Pollard claims it perfectly. And despite the best efforts of Mark Saleh, he claims it and goes to ground. De Klerk releasing it to Fury, who's come on for Manambi. And de Klerk also trying his best to get into the action. De Klerk, of course, like Pollard, was a star of South Africa's Triumph 4 years ago. And both of them have been entrusted to start today's game. And Arends are nearly catching that, but instead it falls for Cody Taylor to claim that. And it is Ethan de Groot, the loose head prop, who goes to ground. Bowden Barrett, a fine kicker in his own right, kicks it high in the air, but that should be claimed easily by Viemza, who's pushed to ground almost immediately. Already the kicking very much in full display. Neither team quite able to pierce a hole in the rear guard as of yet. And de Klerk releasing it. Another chip kick forward, but New Zealand have men in the right place at the right time. Will Taylor catching that, but knocked over, and Bowden Barrett is able to recover quite well. Waiting for someone to get that, and brother Geordie comes in. And still a huge ruck going on, and New Zealand trying to release that. Smith to the captain, Kane. Is Kane able? Just about. The action is hotting up here at the Stade de France, and you are listening to commentary on the Coach's Corner. If you've got your telly on mute, I really appreciate you lot. I'm not the best, but I try. Viemza catching it and trying to sell New Zealand a dummy. Passes it to Pieter-Steph du Toit, the number 7. Another impressive player in the tournament. Back with Viemza, who goes to ground. And de Klerk to Pollard to Eben Etzebeth, the totemic second row forward. De Klerk once again releasing it. It is now with Damien de Allende, who passes it over Khaleesi's head to Arenza, another impressive player for South Africa in this tournament. The guy, of course, who made an important intervention to prevent France from scoring a try in the early minutes of the quarterfinal, and who also ended the quarterfinal by kicking it into touch. And speaking of kicking, it is Pollard who doesn't kick that into touch, hoping to find a teammate, but Geordie Barrett cleans up and kicks that into touch. So already South Africa looking to make the most of their one-man advantage. And you think now, Ollie, that with their one-man advantage, they should have the upper hand here.
Yeah.
Why silent? Yeah, that's
Sorry.
more like it.
Yeah, I was just nodding. But yeah, obviously with the 1 man advantage, 5 minutes left, and he's back on the pitch. Obviously, it's under review as well. But it's looking good for South Africa. Obviously, got the penalty, 3-0 up. They're getting a bit more possession now, so they're in control.
And
New
that
Zealand
was
do need a penalty or try to get into the lead. But yeah, looking good for South Africa so far. 3-0 up, 7 minutes played, and they're a man ahead as well. So, and I think Wayne Barnes, my grand doesn't like him because obviously she's Welsh, and it is his final game as well. But he's doing all right at the moment. He's given penalties, obviously, given a yellow card and stuff. So
I do remember when he started officiating in the Rugby World Cup, he caused a lot of controversy and a lot of people didn't rate him, but he has grown and evolved since then. So all's well that ends well somewhat. And Fury now, of course, giving his pack a little bit of a talking to and just trying to calm things down a little bit. A great deal of experience to bring off the bench, and certainly one to...
Yeah, my gran hates it when Wayne Barnes refs a Wales match, but obviously it won't happen again after him retiring after his match, which is his first World Cup final. So it is a big achievement for him. And luckily he is retiring because my gran doesn't like him because he's English. I'm not saying she doesn't dislike English people. It's just he's not.
Hasn't won. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Hasn't won too many caps for South Africa as Dion Fury, but certainly at the age of 37, one of the oldest players in the squad, certainly can calm things down a little bit. A huge contrast to Augustine Creevy, who I picked as a backup hooker in my 23. And we see the pack weights right now. It is a New Zealand scrum with Aaron Smith having the ball in his hand. 924 kilograms for South Africa's 906 for New Zealand. So obviously the front row and the pack will be... South Africa's biggest strength. We'll see how it works out here with Aaron Smith feeding the ball right in. And so Smith feeds the ball in, and it is Surveyor, of course, the back row forward, who tried to take the ball and release it. Smith goes to ground, and Reiko Ione running in. It looks as though it will be... I think whoever gets the ball is now going to try to run down and sort of continue the ruck. Waiting for Smith to come out so that it can be released again. And Smith is out, using some fancy footwork. He then hooks a kick and tries to hook it into touch. And it does go into touch. And South Africa obviously unable to continue the play. It will be a New Zealand line-out. Cheslin Colby trying to be a bit cheeky. A bit like the way he charged down the conversion attempt from Tom Ramos in the... quarterfinal. And a very short, quick line out won by South Africa, and Damien Dialende being viciously pulled back, and the New Zealand pack coming in from all corners and trying to prevent South Africa from going forward. And Brazil's infringement is still under review with about 3 minutes to go. This time it is caught very well by the fly half Maunga, whose kicking hasn't really been the best for New Zealand, and it could very well be that Geordie Barrett gets to take the kicks, especially against Argentina in the semi-final. His kicking for goal wasn't the best. And does that go into touch? No, it doesn't. And my point's been proved. Viemze catching it and kicking it high in the air for a contestable, but brilliantly claimed this time by Mo'unga, making up for his mistake. And going to ground, we should have another New Zealand ruck. Smith getting the ball and releasing it with great difficulty. I remember predicting a New Zealand win by 15, but it looks as though my prediction might go for a toss this time around too. We'll have to see. But New Zealand, once again, trying their best under difficult circumstances to keep the play going and prevent South Africa from getting an advantage. Kicked high in the air. Colby claims it with his distinctive cap. And it's a sort of a kick sideways, but caught brilliantly by Viemze, who can run along the wing, hoping to kick it forward, but an excellent goalkeeping style retrieved from Beauden Barrett, the number 15. Certainly not a goalkeeper's number, the number 15. And ironically, the number 1 is, being worn by a forward. Go figure. but already some fast, frenetic rugby, and South Africa trying their best to make the most of their one-man advantage. But when it comes to New Zealand's positional play, I think Hannah will agree with me that New Zealand are practically peerless. Less than 2 minutes for Frizzell to come back on, but South Africa could score a try here from their line-out. Caught by Etzebeth, and we now enter a maul. It could be a driving maul almost, or a bit static at the moment, with New Zealand somehow holding on despite their slightly lighter pack weight. Fury has the ball in his hand. De Klerk trying to release it from him, but South Africa can move forward. But New Zealand somehow, yep, Peter Septutois receiving that from De Klerk. De Klerk once again to Mostert, the number 5. Khaleesi coming in, the captain. This time to Malherbe, the tight head prop. Once again to the loose head prop, Stephen Kitchoff, who goes to ground. De Klerk running into Pollard, who runs in at the New Zealand 5-yard line. And it's all hands on deck for New Zealand. Can they prevent a try? Biemse to Kolbe, who runs around and stopped before the 5-yard line. Some terrific defense from New Zealand, but surely can't hold out much longer. And New Zealand win the ball back, but a penalty awarded to South Africa. And we're going to find out what the infringement is. I do believe New Zealand defending was a little bit too desperate for Barnes's liking, and we will find out what the infringement is sooner than later. It'll be interesting to see what decision they take. Do they decide to go for the posts? At the moment, Barnes is speaking to Khaleesi. Not easy to figure out what they're trying to say, given that my telly's on mute. And once again, Barnes goes to the... well, apparently he signaled that South Africa are going to once again shoot for goal to increase their lead from 3 to 6. And not the very best of play there from New Zealand trying to reclaim the ball. And clearly Wayne Barnes didn't like that and decided to award a penalty. This time a little bit easier, although a little bit too close to the posts for certainly for Nienaber's liking. But South Africa are 6-0 up. And just as well, because good news from New Zealand's point of view is that Frizzell's yellow card does not get upgraded to a red, so he does come back onto the field. But the bad news is that with South Africa opting to score a penalty rather than a try, it is 6-0, and it should have been 10-0.
So New Zealand needed converted tries to go into the league. No exception, not missed. Right, Pollard steps up, kicks, easy.
Yeah.
6-0.
And now from the kickoff, Dwayne Vermeulen claims the ball, goes to ground, and de Klerk trying to get it out of the ruck, and he does. And it is hooked high into the air with his left foot. Not very well claimed this time around by New Zealand, but they do actually reclaim the ball with Barrett passing it to his brother Geordie. From Bowden to Geordie. Will Scott come into the picture? Not yet. It's still Aaron Smith. And some good passing there with Frizzell back on the field, receiving the ball and going to ground. And New Zealand deserve credit for preventing South Africa from piercing their defense. And there's a penalty for holding. So New Zealand have the ball. I think it was de Klerk who was trying to hold on. And so Geordie Barrett, who has the ball in his hand, has the chance to possibly try and kick it into touch. And he does. Just at the South African 5-yard line. So this is going to be an opportunity for New Zealand to try to make the most of their possession. Frizzell receiving that pass, trying to sell Vermeulen a dummy and running into him with Khaleesi also joining in the fun. And... well, we've already got some comments coming in, and I will get to as many to get to them as and when I can. I promise you. Taylor with the line out, and New Zealand just about winning it. And Released very quickly with Geordie Barrett running in very quickly indeed. Brilliant stuff. Mark Talea getting the ball and also trying to run in, but also running into the South African defence like a train, hitting the buffers. We see Brody Retallick there taking the ball and going to ground, gaining a bit of yardage in the process. And then Lomax also going to ground as well. And this sort of play is sort of continuing. You could call this a bit of a driving ruck, as it were. Already into phase 5, and Frizzell retrieves it and then goes to ground. And Smith now comes into the picture and tries to release the ball. He releases it to Mark Talea, and Wayne Barnes still in the thick of it. Moonga to Geordie Barrett, brilliantly caught by Bowden Barrett, and Scott Barrett also into the attack, cleaning that up. Ethan de Groot going to ground. Aaron Smith to Frizzell, back on the field, of course, having been sin-binned earlier. And a very important kick there. Does Surveyor get on the hold of it? No, VMZ catches it, and the attempt goes begging. So New Zealand back to 15 men, very nearly scoring. It's starting to heat up, isn't it, Ollie?
Yeah. All New Zealand here.
But it's a penalty to New Zealand for an offside against South Africa. So New Zealand have a chance to make it count this time. I'm sure that Sam Cane will not want to elect to go to the post, no matter how close it is.
Go on, catch that. Oh, so close.
Yeah. Yeah, VMZ at the right place at the right time. Wasn't at his best in the semi-final, but certainly tonight he's stood up to make himself count. And Ethan de Groot certainly taking a knock or two. And it will be a kick to the posts. Disappointing, really, because you think that New Zealand would want...
Yeah, I thought they'd go for the kick.
Yeah, you think that they would want to try to make the most of their pressure, especially with Frizzell back on the field. A brilliant sequence of passing there between Bowden, Barrett, and Moonga. Yeah. Actually, it was Geordie Barrett there with that backwards pass.
Are they brothers?
All three of them, Bowden, Geordie, and Scott. 15, 12, and 5.
I guess they want the points on the board to get this penalty.
I can understand that, but still, you think that they would be willing to make the most of it. Having said that, you do have a point. There's only, it is 16 and a half minutes gone in the half. Still plenty of time for New Zealand to make it count. And Moonga this time makes it count. Wasn't at his best in the semi-final against Argentina. But this time around, straightforward kick, close to the posts, easy as you like. And New Zealand are on the board.
I haven't seen it. They're just showing a replay. Wow. I think they scored. Oh no, they're about to take. Yeah, about to take it. Should be
easy. And from the kickoff, Pollard sends it in, and Rick Ione catches it perfectly. Goes to ground. Aaron Smith coming in.
Yes, come on, New Zealand.
Thank you, Ollie. I'm also going for them to win, by the way. Aaron Smith hooks it high in the air, but the MZ, once again, his catching has been spot on. And de Klerk releasing it to Vermeulen, who goes to ground. And Wayne Barnes obviously telling the boys to back off a little bit. And I do promise all of you in the chat, I will get to your comments. I promise you. Well, maybe I can now because there is a bit of a stoppage. So, okay, so get your predictions in the chat. Who gets number 4? New Zealand, I said by 6, told Hannah earlier this week, but wants to cheer for South Africa. South Africa to win by 11, says Chelsea fan. And if South Africa win, they will have beaten 5 of the top 6 teams. And South Africa have a chance once again to kick for goal. Apparently, New Zealand once again being a little bit too impetuous. I think they will feel that they should have gone for the try now. When in doubt, just go for the try. Argentina found that out to their cost against England yesterday.
Yeah.
Another straightforward kick for Pollard, who, of course, nailed a difficult one to beat England in the semi-final. And this time around, he gets the bend spot on, and South Africa are back to being 6 points ahead in this final. Some comments. Haka Saka, 2 hours, 80 minutes to decide a winner.
Yeah.
Big up to everyone. Okay, so lovely. Correct decision to send Frizzell to the sin bin, according to the rules. Bongi needs to go off, and he did go off. Good penalty. And from the kickoff, we see the kick once again being reclaimed by Vermeulen, who's also done his catching homework perfectly. And
oh dear, yeah, good penalty.
Once again, trying to release the ball is de Klerk, and he hooks it high into the air. This should be either centre touch. It is centre touch, so a fine kick there. As always, get the likes up, people. Definitely so looking good for Hanno, and another good penalty indeed. So, pardon me.
Yeah, 9-3.
Much better. And so the All Blacks have had 61% of the possession to South Africa's 39, but South Africa have had more in terms of territory. And another lineup for New Zealand. Cody Taylor can't afford to be shaky. He won the last line out barely, so he has to be very careful. And this time, Brody Retallick rising high to receive it. Kane releasing it to Smith. And just trying to find out who that was that went to ground. It is Aaron Smith who releases it to Surveyor, to Mo'unga. And eventually, is that a knock-on? And yes, Wayne Barnes signals the knock-on. And you can see that Viemze and Colby there coming in at the right time and forcing the error.
Possession and territory is switched around because South Africa have 31% possession, but they have 69% territory.
Yeah, so
lineup taken.
Nice coincidence there. Geordie Barrett to Ione, and de Toit with that tackle, of course. You're going to see the tackles flying in here. So far, no tries scored, but I did mention that South Africa did win both of the previous finals where there were no tries scored, including 95 against New Zealand. So could history repeat itself here?
What about 2015?
We will have to see.
2015, like that one.
There might have been some tries scored there. I will have to check that out at halftime. And 2015,
no, sorry,
it was
2019. 2019, I mean.
2019, South Africa completely destroyed New Zealand. Tendai Matawarira.
No, England. They destroyed England. Remember?
Yeah. Yeah, I know they destroyed England. Tendai Matawarira.
Did they score any penalty tries when they played England in the final? Did they score any tries?
Of course, son. Of course. I mean, it was about 30-odd that South Africa scored, so there were definitely a few tries. And obviously, with Tendai Matawarira having the game of his life, he destroyed England's scrum, and that was how South Africa able to score. South Africa scrum, in fact, with de Klerk leading it, and the scrum is still holding firm, and Vermeulen now helping out his scrum half by supporting it with his foot. A nice little pass over there. Will it be claimed by Colby? No, it is kicked into touch. Actually, that was Arendse who was trying to run for that, not Colby, but I do believe that Klerk did, in fact, drop the ball, and so that will be considered a knock-on and brought back. Actually, it's not. Once again, I keep having to stand corrected. No knock-on, because it was pushed back, so it doesn't count as a knock-on. If it's pushed forward, it's a knock-on. It is a New Zealand line-out, with Taylor once again expected to win this, and only just again. But this time, once again, Smith with his passing to Mo'unga, and Geordie Barrett once again bursting through. Aaron Smith again, this time to Ardie Surveyor. I don't think that's Surveyor. I think that's Frizzell. This time, that's Surveyor, the vice captain. And Barrett once again going to ground. Smith again releasing. And Mo'unga opting to kick that high in the air for a contestable. That should be claimed by a South African. Barrett, of course, wanted to run for that, and Viemze, of course, catching it, but forced into touch, and that will be a New Zealand line-out. Excellent enterprising play there from the All Blacks. So New Zealand making some good ground here in terms of possession and moving forward, but they have to make this count. South Africa's defense has been outstanding so far. Cody Taylor starting to bleed a little bit from the nose. And this time it's a lost line out, so du Toit has the ball. He goes to ground, and this is one area where New Zealand had to be careful. They could ill afford to lose a line out in that area, with South Africa reclaiming the ball and possibly being able to take it forward. And once again, you could see de Klerk shaping up to kick that, but he doesn't kick that into touch. It's claimed by Mo'unga. Beauden Barrett now able to try to move forward, trying to sell a dummy, and then going to ground. Aaron Smith to Ethan de Groot. Aaron Smith again, this time to Mo'unga, to Talea. And Talea is sort of dragged by his ankles down to the ground by de Klerk. And it is, of course, a turnover, which is won by South Africa. Pollard sending it forward, but this kick is easily claimed by Will Jordan, who sends it forward to be claimed by, I believe that's Viemza. And Viemza kicks that smartly into touch. Some star power in the stands in the form of Novak Djokovic. Three-time Grand Slam winner this year, denied his Grand Slam at Wimbledon by a certain Carlos Alcaraz. Gained revenge against him in the US Open final later on, and of course beat him in the French earlier on. Another New Zealand line out. They can ill afford to lose this one now, given that it's at the halfway line. Taylor has got to get his line out spot on, and he doesn't get it spot on. But Wayne Barnes calls the play back, and it is a penalty to New Zealand. So I believe there was an infringement over there. Mostert basically guilty of holding on and not allowing the player to rise. Francois Mostert, of course. And Geordie Barrett obliges by kicking that well into touch between the 22 and the 5-yard line. Was that Mostert or Etzebeth? And so far, Retallick has, I wouldn't necessarily say struggled in the lineouts, but New Zealand's lineouts have not really been that good, and Taylor hasn't been able to get his throwing spot on as of yet. A long line out, and if they're not careful, that could be lost, and that is lost, and the moment is definitely gone. Creel going to ground. Jesse Creel, of course, that is. And de Klerk passing it to Vermeulen after releasing it. Releasing it to Vermeulen, I should say. And then hooking it even further. Does that go into touch? No, it doesn't. Easily claimed by Will Jordan, the number 14. Scored 8 tries in this tournament already. I didn't name him in my starting 15. Not even on my bench. Certainly, I know how good a player he is, but I couldn't ignore the claims of other players who have also lent a great deal in that position. Aaron Smith now hooking it in the air. That should be easily claimed. And Pollard rising to catch it, but being forced back to the ground. And New Zealand hoping to try to get a turnover, but the South Africans say nothing doing. And New Zealand putting the South Africans under pressure, and South Africa have got to try to make the most of it. And I believe that is a penalty to New Zealand. We're going to find out why. Mostert dropping the ball and knocking it on. And some desperate tackling there from Khaleesi, sending Talea to the ground. Some wonderful, almost the videography over here has been outstanding, really, and the shots are to die for. South Africa have already made 4 handling errors to New Zealand's 1, but fortunately for the Springboks, they haven't really proved costly. And we are going to the TMO once again. We're going to see Daz in the chat. Good to see you. I hope you're going to stay, because earlier on in the preview show, I did take the trouble of naming an all-star 23 for the tournament, including a starting 15 and 8 subs. I will show you them again just for you, as we're still stuck in the TMO thing. So, Daz, if you're here, this is my 15. You can read them. Barrett, Buffelli, Fiku, Aki, Colby, Sexton, Aaron Smith, Bayer, Manambi, Dan Cole, Etzebeth, Scott Barrett, Khaleesi, Dutoit, and Surveyor. So hopefully you can see all of that. And these are my subs: Creevy, Inche, Koch, Whitelock, Schneeman, Kerr, Sanchez, and Ramos. Nicolas Sanchez from Argentina. But back, of course, to the main important banner. And it is a yellow card. And the worst possible person to receive a yellow card, the New Zealand captain, Sam Cane. And it will be under review. So, head-to-head contact there. Very dangerous indeed. Dreadful stuff. The shoulder to the head. And that is poor stuff from the New Zealand skipper. Let his team down at the worst possible moments. And it could very well be under review, although I do seem to remember a similar foul committed by Eben Etzebeth against France in the quarterfinal, which, wasn't upgraded to a red after mitigating circumstances were applied. I wonder if the same circumstances will be applied, although it did look as though Kane's one was deliberate. So New Zealand in discipline, costing them big time, maybe not in terms of tries scored, but definitely in terms of time lost. And it will be until the last 2 minutes or so of the first half that Kane will have to stay on the field. So Surveyor will be captain on the field. And he will, of course, have the leadership of the Barretts and Retallick and others, another 100-cap veterans to call on. Fury with the line out, but brilliantly claimed by Retallick. That's a lost South Africa line out. And now Mark Talea trying to move forward, but being pushed back mercilessly by the South Africans. Talea still has to try to release it under difficult circumstances, and he does. Retallick to Monga. Geordie Barrett to Bowden Barrett, who kicks it forward. Can that go into touch? It's the awkward bounce that sometimes does for people, but this time the bounce doesn't really cause much harm. Goes out of the, goes well beyond the back line, and South Africa can relieve some pressure. And Daz saying top quality team. Thank you very much indeed, mate. And Hanno also agreeing with me that that could be a red card. You're right. It did look deliberate. I don't think mitigating circumstances could be applied here. And Chelsea fan also agreeing. If it is upgraded to a red, then definitely Sam Cane will have a lot for which to answer, especially if New Zealand go on to lose this final. Boy, did I luck out by not picking him in my 15. Ah! So a South African scrum with Francois de Klerk, or Faf de Klerk as he is well known, a little bit like Mr. Duplessis from the Proteas. Francois Duplessis is Faf Duplessis. Vermeulen picking the ball up, passing it to de Klerk, who can pass it brilliantly. Pollard, all the way to Cheslin Colby, who kicks it forward. A race to the ball, but Arenze is unable to get there ahead of Jordan, and that will go into touch. New Zealand hanging on for dear life, and all because of their own indiscipline. You would think that with their greater experience, they'd be smarter, but obviously Arenze trying to keep the ball back in, hooking it in, and it will. I think he wasn't able to prevent that from going out. Maybe his foot went behind the line, so it will be a New Zealand line out. And New Zealand cannot afford to lose this one, given that it's on their own 5-yard line. And it's won just about by Scott Barrett. And now they've got to release some pressure in the form of Andre Surveyor, the vice-captain, who is, of course, now captain with Kane off the field. Aaron Smith. Is that kicked into touch? Yes, it is. But New Zealand, South Africa, rather, opting to continue to play very quickly. Opting for a drop goal. Does it go for a drop goal? No, not quite. Just in front of the posts. Does this kick go into touch? No, it doesn't. Once again, VMZ's handling and catching have been spot on. Pollard, Colby, the chip kick forward. Should be an all black behind that, and there is. Will Jordan Dutoit running into him hard. Aaron Smith now coming back. And once again, South Africa determined to force a defensive error that would mean a possible try. And New Zealand have got to try and dig deep with their captain in the sin bin.
Choco.
No, it just dropped short. And,
yeah, I know. I was just going to say.
South Africa
8 minutes until half time.
Yeah. And the New Zealand captain, Sam Cane, was sent to the sin bin for some very dangerous play. It could be upgraded to a red card, which means that the captain might be out for the rest of the match. But we will find out.
Who would be captain if he's out then?
The vice-captain, Surveyor, the number 8, Andy Surveyor.
Oh, right. Andy Surveyor.
Ardy Surveyor, I should say.
Penalty
and it looks as though... I wonder if they're going to go for the posts again. Surely they can't go for the post being 15 against 14, can they?
Don't think they're going for the post. I think they're going for the...
No. I see Pollard with his knee bent. He is going for another kick. He wants to...
Miss.
And some dreadful news for the New Zealanders. The yellow card for Sam Cane has been upgraded to a red.
Really?
A high degree of danger, no mitigation. So bad enough that New Zealand are going to play the rest of the game without 14 men, but their captain has gone. A dreadful piece of play from the New Zealand captain, rightly given the red card. So New Zealand have a chance to, again, kick for goal, and I think it could very well be that they're sort of trying to torture the New Zealanders by kicking penalties all day. And Pollard sends that one through the post, and it is New Zealand 3, South Africa 12.
So who's going to be captain now, Andy?
Ardy Surveyor, the number 8. He is the vice captain. So the worst part is now that with 14 men, the All Blacks are going to have to try and make the best of what they can do. They have shown that they can force a few mistakes from the South Africans. Rather fortunate kick into touch there from Francois de Klerk. Didn't exactly get the sweet connection on it with his left foot that he would like. But it is a chance for New Zealand to try and make headway. The back row will be a little bit weakened.
Pollard's got blood on him.
I'm going to find out if there have been any instances of people being sent off in the World Cup final. It could very well be that Sam Cane is the first captain. And so that is probably going to be something that will be a black mark on him for the rest of his life. But Retallick claims the line out. Ardy Surveyor. And we go into a driving maul with Cody Taylor now having the ball in his hand. Aaron Smith urging for the ball to be released. And yes, it is released well enough. Smith to Geordie Barrett, to Mark Talea, who's still a huge threat no matter what. New Zealand need a try. Frizzell, who was sin-binned earlier but brought back onto the field. Smith to Surveyor, the acting captain now with Cane off the field. Cane proved himself to be unable, sadly to say. Retallick in for the legendary Sam Whitelock. Smith, Monga, and I believe that's Ione, the number 13, who goes to ground. Back out to Scott Barrett, the number 5. Smith again catching the ball, getting the ball and releasing it to Ethan de Groot. Frizzell running forward, but brought to ground by Dion Fury in all his fury. Monga, Geordie Barrett, Bowden Barrett at his side, but unable to help. Smith to Scott Barrett this time, who does help by receiving it and going to ground. Smith. Talea picking it up, trying to move forward. Some great work from New Zealand. Could they score here? This would really put the cat amongst the pigeons if they do. Intercepted pass. New Zealand are still able to continue with the play. They play the advantage. Talea receiving the ball from Will Jordan, going forward, going to ground. If they can just hold their nerve, they could score. Pass over there, brilliantly caught by Ione, going for the... And he's tackled into touch, losing the ball in the process, but it will be a New Zealand line-out. Or could it be a South Africa line-out? We'll have to see. But apparently Wayne Barnes has brought play back onto the field. It could very well be a penalty against South Africa. And New Zealand could have a chance. There is no way that New Zealand, with 3 minutes left, can afford to go between the posts. They have got to be brave and go for the try. I don't care if they're 14 men against 15. They've got to go for it.
New Zealand doing well here.
And despite my entreaties, they go for the posts again. Even Etzebeth coming in the way of that pass. And I believe the penalty was, in fact, awarded for that. Rico Ione, the number 13, proving to be unlucky number 13 as he was tackled by a combination of Arenze and Colby. There, brilliant work from the two South African backs, releasing the ball from Ione's hand, but Barnes bringing it back because of Etzebeth's infraction. And New Zealand now again deciding to play it safe. They can't keep playing it safe.
What happened here? Ooh,
I suppose, in fairness, they're going for the bird in the hand being worth 2 in the bush approach, but I suppose with 2.5 minutes left, they're probably hoping that on the next play they will have a chance to go for a try before the first half. And as Mo'unga sends this over, it means that the arrears are once again reduced, this time from 9 to 6. And New Zealand are hanging on by the skin of their teeth, but because of their captain's dreadful, dreadful piece of play, they are in fact down to 14 men and well up against it. And Chelsea fan obviously delighted with that call. Come on, South Africa, hoping to get a try before the end of the half. That ball is sent into touch, and the MZ deciding not to continue play. And that will be a South Africa line-out.
Yes, come on.
I'm not sure you got too much to clap about, son. New Zealand are down to 14 and holding on barely.
Yeah, but they still got some points, so that's something to be positive.
Sam Kane, Captain Kane, Citizen Kane. Kane, you were not able.
Yeah, that is a big loss for New Zealand.
And a huge tackle there from South Africa means that Jesse Creel wins the ball back. South Africa obviously hoping to go for a try in the last 60 seconds of the half. If they score a try, New Zealand will definitely be on the back foot. A kick forward easily claimed, this time by Beauden Barrett, who calms things down. And New Zealand are now going to rely on all of their experienced players to try and salvage something here. Huge tackle from Peter Steph Dutoit to send the New Zealanders to the ground, but pressure relieved with Beauden kicking that into touch. Beauden, of course, used to be fly half, as I mentioned, but was shifted to fullback. One of several changes made by Ian Foster. It's worked a treat so far for New Zealand in this World Cup, but you do wonder with Kane's moment of madness whether it was whether it could very well be too little too late. And New Zealand winning that line out, but and also earning a penalty in the process. Not quite, though, because that is the final act of the half. And I'm sure Hannah will obviously be coming on delighted with that, with the way the half has gone, especially for the red card for Sam Kane, which was really a disgusting piece of play. Etzebeth's infringement against France was rightly maintained as a red due to mitigating circumstances, but with Sam Kane, it looked disgusting the more and more you saw it. No excuses. Ollie, New Zealand down by 6. What did you think of the half, and what do you think New Zealand can or should do?
Yeah, good half for rugby, obviously. South Africa taking the lead 6-0, and then obviously, New Zealand getting a penalty, and obviously South Africa getting 2 more, and New Zealand getting another back. But it's been a decent second half for South Africa. In terms of New Zealand, I think for them to get back, they need, well, a converted try would give them 13 points to go ahead. So I think the tactic for New Zealand is not to concede, not have a penalty, try, drop goal, and just try their best to score a goal, maybe get some points on the ball by going to the post, 3-point deficit. In terms of South Africa, 6-point leads, they want to try and get some more penalties, they want to try and go for that try. And for me, if South Africa get a converted try, I think they'll win the game. If New Zealand, on the other hand, get a converted try, they're well in position to go and win the game. But so far, South Africa played well. As I said, I am supporting New Zealand in this game, but I had a bit of a soft spot for South Africa. Obviously, Hanno, and my mum knows a friend's mum who's from South Africa. My dad knows someone's dad who's my friend's dad from South Africa. So there's family connection of people who know South Africa. So I know they'll be happy with the results so far. But in terms of New Zealand, I just want an underdog to win. I know New Zealand probably aren't the underdogs, but you think of New Zealand as the number one in the world because of the haka, the players they've had, the experience they have. In terms of South Africa, obviously they won the World Cup with plenty of times. They won against England. They've won before, which probably times I haven't been alive. In terms of New Zealand, they've done well as well. Obviously, won a few World Cups themselves. Done quite well in the tournament. South Africa as well done well in the tournament. I believe, were they in the same group, New Zealand and South Africa?
No, New Zealand were in the group with France, and they lost to France in the pool
Yeah.
stages, but they won their remaining games to qualify second, and they beat Ireland in the quarterfinal.
And what happened to South Africa? Did they win all their games, or did they lose?
They lost to Ireland, but they beat France in the quarters and England in the semis.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure England, before their loss against South Africa, they were unbeaten because they beat Argentina. I think they beat Samoa, Chile, and Fiji, or something like that. And then obviously they won the quarterfinal, and then they obviously beat Argentina in the third place. Who did they lose to in the quarterfinals? England, was it? Oh no, beat. Who did England beat in the quarterfinal? Was it Fiji? Yeah, Fiji.
Yes, it was Fiji.
Yeah.
Fiji did brilliantly to knock Australia out. Australia, of course, coached by the former England coach Eddie Jones.
My gran hates him.
Yeah, and I feel for Australia, who were stuck with him. I think it's fair to say that coaches like him and Warren Gatland have now become dinosaurs, really.
Apparently, Eddie Jones could be the next Japan manager because obviously he's from Japan, I think. So,
he's got Japanese blood. He is half Japanese, I believe. And it was, in fact, Dan Carter and Sophie Turner who unveiled the Webb Ellis Cup. Dan Carter, of course, a New Zealand legend in his own right, two-time World Cup winner with the All Blacks. But the way I look at he should be coming on at half-time, obviously, to, either, definitely rub it in, but he knows as well as anyone else that it is never over until it's over. Yeah. He was,
big second half needed.
He was distraught against England and turned off the television. But then when Rudolf Seaman scored that try, he turned off the telly and he turned it back on.
It's like me with the Chelsea game. When we were 2-0 down, I turned it off, and then they scored 2 goals. And I turned it back.
Just goes to show it is never over until it's over, son. Never over until it's over.
I know, but I watched the game. Obviously, Mojic scored that goal. I was like, nah, I'm not watching that anymore. And then suddenly Rice scores, and then Trossard, and we're back in the game.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, we were awful that game. We stole a point from them.
First half was awful, and then conceding to Madrid. Yeah. I can't believe Madrid, the player we were linked with, the player who's been twerking all over Arsenal, putting it on his stories and stuff, and now he's going to go on and score against his club that he should have joined. But to be honest, I was happy with the signing of Trossard. Trossard was a good signing, and obviously we got Declan Rice.
But I'll tell you one thing. I think Mudrak is exceptionally young, has a high ceiling, and will go on to become a star. And credit to Pochettino for really starting to bring out something like the best in him. But listen, back to the rugby.
Yeah.
Obviously, Kane sending off. I've just confirmed got it confirmed from BBC Sport that Sam Kane is the first man to be sent off in a World Cup final,
Wow.
and also the first captain to be sent off in a World Cup final. So he will obviously be distraught and heartbroken. And if New Zealand loses, he will definitely be, inconsolable. I wouldn't say to blame because, in rugby, you win as a team, you lose as a team, you win as a squad, you lose as a squad. And in rugby, of course, there is that famous code of conduct and code of etiquette where it's all about the team first, which is why you never see anyone like Sam Whitelock complaining about not being able to start this match because Brodie Retallick was picked ahead of him.
Sorry, they're just replaying the red card. He almost elbows him in the face, and his face goes a bit weird.
Not elbows. It's a shoulder. It's a shoulder.
Yeah, shoulder.
And when you come in, and when you come in that hard with your shoulder, you could see that there was some deliberation in that.
And his face went all
so the former Springbok captain Bobby Skinstad said on BBC Sport that he felt sorry for him. Yeah. I'm sorry. The more I see that, the more I'm disgusted. Etibat's one against France was a little bit fortunate. Unfortunate. There were some mitigating circumstances, but Sam Kane. Oh my God! You just let your team down, and now your teammates are going to have to win the World Cup without you.
14 men.
Yeah. If they do, I'll tell you what.
They could have another red card or a yellow card, so it could be even worse.
But if they do manage to win 14 against 15, it will probably rank as the most heroic All Black performance of all time. Believe you me. And bear in mind, I do believe that against, Ireland in the quarterfinals, Aaron Smith was sent to the sin bin for the last 5 minutes in the first 5 minutes of the first half and the first 5 of the second. They also had another player sent to the bin. I think it might have been Taylor, the hooker. I don't quite know. I remember. I'll have to if my memory fails me, I'll have to look that up. But they somehow found a way to beat the Irish. But this South African team, I tell you, they are a different kettle of fish entirely.
Yeah.
Have to be very careful not to press the end stream button. Do not want to do that.
Yeah, don't do it, Manny. Don't.
Yeah, I wouldn't dream of it. You ought to know me better than that, son.
I know, but imagine you're hovering around the button and you click end stream.
I'm not that silly. I'm not that silly. I am not that silly. Besides, I did it once when we were doing a watch along for only the second innings, and then I learnt my lesson that day.
Are we going to
be? It wasn't
the second half. The second half as well.
Of course, son. We're on for the entire duration, and maybe for several minutes after that, because if they're showing the presentation ceremony, there is no way that we can afford to miss that. No chance.
Yep, you're right.
Will Jordan receiving the ball out wide and running over for one of his 3 tries against Argentina. And I think, it's very easy for people to plump for Will Jordan to be, for me to select him, and saying that I'm not selecting was a disgrace. But, that Argentina team that day simply had no answer to the All Blacks' speed and power. It was like a hot knife through butter. And I really can't wait for Hanno to come back and possibly talk about what New Zealand can do. But he'll be really happy with the way South Africa have gone about their business, quite obviously. So if there's hopefully some of you are in the chat. I think it is quite fair to say that with Kane off, the back row will be a little bit weakened. They've only now got Frizzell and Surveyor over there to shore things up. It could very well be that Scott Barrett might be sacrificed for Sam Whitelock to come on in, who can play as both a second row and a back row. Aaron Smith kind of bundling over for a try there, just watching the highlights of the Argentina-New Zealand semi-final.
Yeah.
Still watching the highlights of that semi-final. I think it's fair to say that maybe New Zealand were lulled into a false sense of security. I'm just going to check and see how many views we've got on the stream so far. We certainly should have a great deal of likes on the channel. 8 people watching and 14 likes. Can't really see how many views we've had, but I think it's fair to say that the final might have fizzled out as a contest with that Sam Cane dismissal. And so how Ian Foster will reshuffle the side will remain to be seen. As I've said, it could very well be that Whitelock is brought on because of his ability to play as both a second row and a back row. So do you sub off Scott Barrett or do you sub off Brodie Retallick? That's the big question. Probably Scott Barrett. Use Whitelock's height and then see what happens. It's been difficult for me having to do all of this this late. It is 1:30 over here in my neck of the
What's the
woods.
time in India? Is it 1:30?
Yep, 1:30. You're right.
Or 35
Absolutely
past
right.
1?
Yeah, 1/2 past, 35 past, potato,
Yeah.
potato.
It's 9:05 in the UK. So wait, you're 5 hours ahead. So
4.5 because
4.5.
it's British Standard Time. We are now back, of course. We are now back, of course, on the field.
They're gonna put the clocks back there tonight, aren't they, Manny? So would it be 3 hours?
That's going to be November. That's going to be November. And when they put the clocks back, the difference will be 5.5 between.
No, I'm pretty sure in the UK, the hours go back tonight. They go back tonight, not in November.
Are you sure?
Yeah, tonight.
Oh, maybe in November in the US they go back.
Yeah.
I think I might be mistaken, but
yeah. Hold on. When do the clocks go back in the UK?
Right. In the meantime,
29th of October at 2 a.m. So yeah.
Oh.
So it began at 1 a.m. on March 26th and ends 2 a.m. on 29th of October.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it looks as though I might have an extra hour's sleep.
Yep. Same with me as well. So hold on. So if it's it is 1:30. Why do you stay up so late for streams? Like, why don't you go to bed?
It's part of my job, son. I signed up for this. Proud to do it. It's the occupational hazard. Anyway, pipe down because we're about to start the second half. Henry Pollard has the ball. Sorry for that, saying it's that sharply, but we have to get back to business. And it is claimed by Ray Ione, who tries to move forward, punching a hole in the defense to no avail. But Aaron Smith is there to pick up the pieces, passing it to Shannon Frizzell, who goes to ground. Aaron Smith hooking it into the air. Very nearly charged down, but That is Viemze once again, who catches it cleanly. Clean catching tonight. Not quite his best in the semi-final against England, but tonight he's been spot on. Had face stuck in him by Jacques Nienaber and justified it. So Pollard sending that forward. That should also be claimed quite easily by Beauden Barrett, but it's knocked out of his hands and Khaleesi can run forward. And what a time for Beauden Barrett to fail. Do South Africa cross for a try? Well, they've crossed the line, but I don't think they've touched down. So New Zealand have just been saved. Very fortunate for Beauden Barrett, who will be breathing a huge sigh of relief. Wow. His kicking and his catching have been spot on in this tournament. But this time around, he makes a mistake, allowing the ball to bounce off his chest. And South Africa very nearly crossing over with Captain Khaleesi catching the ball and nearly sending that over. And an attempt to relieve pressure isn't exactly successful with... but this time, Viemze kicks that back. And now New Zealand can relieve some pressure. Rather bizarre piece of play going on here. But Beauden Barrett is one lucky guy. One lucky bloke.
No surprise.
If South Africa had touched down, it would have been curtains for the All Blacks. As it is, the All Blacks do have the ball. It is Dwayne Vermeulen running in hard and running straight into the New Zealand pack. Faf de Klerk also being dragged in. And Viemze releasing the ball, getting it back, passing it out to Jesse Creel, the number 13, who moves forward. Some good yardage gained by the Springboks. Francois de Klerk to the other Francois, Monsieur Mostert. De Klerk again. Pollard, high in the air, a contestable. They've got to go for this New Zealanders, and this time, once again, Barrett, let's go with it. And it is Pieter-Steph du Toit running towards the side, but he's brought into touch, and somehow New Zealand's defense holds firm, but play will be brought back in, and we're going to find out why. Yeah, as du Toit held the ball, and once again, Beauden Barrett, twice in succession, not able to get his catching spot on. Impeccable up till now, and he's picked the worst possible time to make two blunders for his team. Really impressive, but the ref has given South Africa the 50-50s. 40 minutes to glory, he says. Barnes, of course, once again, the subject of controversy. 109 tackles made by the Springboks. And it looks as though it's effectively a 3-3-1 split for New Zealand in the scrum. Faf de Klerk feeds that in, not able to be released. I believe that was a penalty against New Zealand. And eventually de Klerk is able to release the ball, only just. Dialende, Colby to Viemze, trying to kick in forward for Arenze, but and Arenze does indeed touch down, but did he take it out of touch? I believe Wayne Barnes rules that we're going to find out and see here. The awkward bounce getting the better, but it is ruled that he didn't have control of the ball, so it isn't given as a try. But New Zealand once again holding on for dear life. It's all happening out there at the Stade de France, South Africa trying to turn the screw, but New Zealand just holding on by the skin of their teeth. Ollie, you can't bear to watch, can you?
Oh, no. Oh, my.
Asked and answered, ladies and gentlemen. New Zealand line out.
Is it a try or not?
No, it's not a try because Arenze lost control of the ball.
Come on.
And New Zealand win the line out, only just a long line out. And Smith having to release that, and Mo'unga kicking that into touch, releasing some pressure, but it's still at New Zealand 22. And New Zealand once again with that one-man disadvantage, holding on for dear life.
We've got Stephen in the chat. Big up.
Arenze could have been a hero, but lost control of the ball at the worst possible moment. But South Africa still very much in the ascendancy, and it is at New Zealand 22 that South Africa have the line out. Wayne Barnes once again in the middle. Ardie Savea being looked into. And if he has to go off with a blood injury, it remains to be seen who will lead the All Blacks with both some royalty rugby there in the form of Tana Umaga, the former All Black himself. Sent to the TMO again, another possible piece of foul play.
What, for New Zealand?
Could very well be against South Africa there. Khaleesi now coming in with his head, and this could very well be a sin bin for the South African captain. So both captains playing some rash rugby. And if Khaleesi goes off and could possibly receive a red card himself, this will even up the playing field. Yep, Captain Khaleesi goes off, so both captains deserting their ships.
Wait, you got a red card?
No, it's a yellow, which could be upgraded to a red depending on mitigating circumstances. Ooh! Well, if Sam Kane's one was given a red, then this one should also definitely be given. I think it's fair to say that Khaleesi was smart enough. I think it's fair to say that Khaleesi does slightly turn his head, which could give him the advantage in terms of mitigating circumstances. But for the moment, the playing field is leveled as both teams are now, at least for 10 minutes, down to 14 men. Yeah, so, of course, in football, it would be the equivalent of both teams down to 10 men. And depending on which position, as it happens, both of the men who have been...
both captains,
both captains, in fact, happen to be flankers. Kane, of course, was open side. Khaleesi is blind side. So it could very well be a much more equal formation. But we'll see how best New Zealand make of this.
All right, come on, New Zealand.
And New Zealand win the line out with Scott Barrett catching that. And it is going to be New Zealand trying to power through. Some brilliant gainage there. I believe that was Richie Mo'unga there. Aaron Smith kicking that high into the air. Should be won by South Africa. And... it is actually claimed by New Zealand in the form of Mark Talea, who snatches it almost from Kurtley Arenza. Savea, Geordie Barrett, and that should be a knock-on, and it is. Well, for the moment, South Africa do have the ball back, so I think they've opted to play the advantage, and Etzebeth has the ball and goes to ground, and eventually Barnes does stop the play. So... unlike in football, if an advantage is given, it doesn't continue. Once the play stops, the original foul has to be penalised.
Manny, we've got 2 Luton fans in the chat.
Yep. Stepsy Hatter, Chelsea fan.
And Luton till I die.
Yep. Don't think that was a yellow. No, it was, by the letter of the law. And if Khaleesi is unlucky enough, it could be upgraded to a red. If he's lucky, he will be back on the field. I think Khaleesi showed a lot more smarts than Sam Kane did. And it is going to be a South Africa scrum because of the knock-on. So Francois de Klerk has the ball in his hand. He now feeds it into the scrum. It's still sort of standing there in the middle, but de Klerk gets it and releases it. And it is with Viemze, who goes to ground, but releases it for de Klerk, who passes it to Dion Fury. All guts and fury, as it were. No fists, hopefully. And de Klerk's shaping up to hook it into the air. And will that be claimed this time? Geordie Barrett holds on for dear life, unlike his brother Bowden. And it is, in fact, Bowden who is able to pass it out. It is with Will Jordan now. one of the leading try scorers of the tournament, how New Zealand could do with a try from him. And that is sent forward, but this time Viemza drops it, but certainly no harm, no foul. Does he send that into touch? Yes, he does. Excellent kicking from the South African fullback. They're still studying it, and at the 5-minute mark, it will be decided whether or not Khaleesi's yellow will be upgraded to a red. And so Geordie Barrett getting his chest under that and holding on brilliantly. Scott Barrett to Bowden to Mo'unga, and should have meant something bigger. But here's a New Zealand line out, just won by South Africa, New Zealand rather. Ardie Savea, the vice captain, being pushed to ground, having to let go of the ball, and Smith kicks it into the air, and Colby is able to catch that, and he can run through the New Zealand defense, and he does. Francois Mostert now going to ground, not called Faf himself. Apparently he's called Franco, I believe. And hooked high into the air by de Klerk, but claimed by Mo'unga. Bowden Barrett now has to try and run, and he certainly is making some really good gain yardage here. Aaron Smith to Geordie Barrett. Will Taylor to Will Jordan rather to Cody Taylor. Geordie Barrett now running even harder to try and get New Zealand, but yep, it is a penalty against South Africa for holding on, and we're coming up to the 5-minute mark, so we will see if Khaleesi's yellow card will be upgraded to a red. No, it won't, because the 5-minute mark has gone, and I do believe it will remain a yellow, so Khaleesi will be back on the field. Mitigating circumstances could very well have been applied here.
Come on, New Zealand, come on!
We still haven't had any confirmation. But at the moment, New Zealand, through Geordie Barrett, do have a chance to try to kick it into touch deep into South African territory, and they do just above the 5-yard line. So, in approximately 5 minutes, Khaleesi will be back on the field. But here come the bomb squad. Ox and Che, the number 17, replacing Stephen Kitchoff, the number 1. And Rudolf Schneemann, who scored that try against England, which broke our hearts eventually, replacing Francois Mostert. We already had a member of Mostert. We already had a member of the bomb squad coming in fury, and mitigation has been applied for Khaleesi, so the South African captain will be back on the field soon. But will it be too late to stop New Zealand from scoring a try? We're into a maul, and Savea gets the ball and runs perfectly, but he has to hold on to the ball and let it go for Smith to get it, and he does so quite brilliantly. Scott Barrett going to ground now. It's all happening for New Zealand. Could they score the first try of this final? And an unlucky knock-on, not quite a knock-on, but New Zealand lose the ball, but Etzebeth is able to force that into touch. However, I do believe there were 2 knock-ons. You never see that happening. New Zealand falling under pressure, and Will Jordan losing control of the ball at the worst possible moment. And Etzebeth also seeing that ball go out of his hand and into touch. But given that it was New Zealand knock-on, I do believe it will be a South Africa scrum. And so the importance of that is that there are 3 minutes and 40 seconds left for Siya Kolisi to come back onto the field with less than half an hour remaining of the final. And I think the TMO crew decided that with Kolisi turning his head in order to avoid direct contact with his head with the New Zealander, that might have been Mo'unga, I think, who got that, or was that Iona? I don't know. But mitigating circumstances were applied, and Kolisi showing some smarts, unlike Kane, who was simply unable. So as it stands, Sam Cane will always be and forever be the first man to be sent off in a World Cup final and the first captain to be sent off. And more tennis royalty. This time, Roger Federer wearing a Springbok scarf. should please Hanno no end. The Swiss master rooting for the Springboks. You love to see it. 3.5 minutes left for Siya Kolisi to come back onto the field. He has to watch South Africa feed this scrum in, but it's still stuck in, and the scrum is destroyed. And can New Zealand get the ball back? No, they don't. South Africa managed to retrieve the ball under difficult circumstances. New Zealand obviously had the idea of destroying the scrum. A bit of a surprise with Oxenche coming in. And is that kicked into touch? Yes, it is. Too far for Will Jordan to try to reclaim that and continue play. And here comes the big man himself, with Kolisi set to come back onto the field. It is, in fact, Sam Whitelock who will be primed and ready to make an appearance. I believe he will be earning his 152nd or 53rd cap for New Zealand tonight, and this will be his 26th Rugby World Cup appearance. Both records for New Zealand. Certainly a record for the World Cup, but the overall cap record is still held by Alan Wynne-Jones, with 158 for Wales and 12 for the British and Irish Lions. 2 minutes and 20 seconds for Kolisi to come back. New Zealand have the ball. Smith to Retallick. Going to ground. Smith once again, this time to Mo'unga, to Geordie Barrett. Gaining some good yardage indeed. Smith again. Surveyor. Beauden Barrett. Mo'unga. Evading tackles. Running through. Can he score? It's Mo'unga through to Aaron Smith. And Smith touches down for the first try of the World Cup final. And what a moment that could be. Absolutely brilliant, brilliant play from the New Zealanders. Cometh the hour, cometh the men. Beauden Barrett, Mo'unga, unga, bunga, running through, selling Damien Delende a dummy, passing it to Smith, who leaps forward like a salmon and touches down magnificently. The only question is, can Mo'unga be trusted with the conversion to put New Zealand ahead?
Yes! Go on! Yes! Yes!
All right, son, pipe down, pipe down. They've still got to make the conversion. And you can see what it meant to Ian Foster. So both captains, Kane and Kolisi, costing their team. Kane costing his team a man, and Kolisi effectively costing his team a try. But hang about, they are going to the TMO to look for an infringement. Well, it looks as though the infringement was, it could very well be a knock-on maybe, but Etzebeth was seen trying to hold on to Retallick's hand there as he tipped the ball out, and it could very well be that the vice-captain surveyor committed a knock-on. So if there is a knock-on, the try will be disallowed. Knock-on might not be a try. And RD Surveyor being given the talking to. Clearly, Surveyor's not very happy. And if this try is indeed disallowed, yep. The try has indeed been disallowed. Heartbreak for New Zealand. Heartbreak for Sam Cane. And so with the knock-on, it will be a South Africa scrum. And just in time for Captain Kolisi to come back onto the field. And I did call it. Frizzell goes off. Whitelock comes on. So Foster opting to retain the services of both Retallick and Scott Barrett. Whitelock coming into the back row to support RD Surveyor, his vice-captain. And Aaron Smith will be looking on and thinking what might have been. It was a disallowed try for England that broke their hearts against South Africa in 2007. Also in France, 2013. 16 years later, history repeating itself. Cody Taylor with the lie out. Whitelock in the middle and running back. And we now come to a driving maul with 20 seconds to go before Khaleesi comes back. But Surveyor this time handling the ball, controlling the ball well, being pulled back by the South African defenders. But, and of course, the South African defense holds firm and gets the ball back. But New Zealand are fighting hard, and it will be the time for Khaleesi to come back onto the field. So South Africa doing their bit, and Khaleesi is, of course, now back on the field. So if it's bad enough that the captain got himself sent off, the vice-captain committed a knock-on and ended up costing New Zealand their chance of scoring a try. A beautiful move, ruined by one fatal mistake. But there are still 24 minutes left, 24 minutes and 1 second to be precise. New Zealand are battling magnificently, but the South Africans just have too much in the tank. And they've brought on a few members of the bomb squad. Well, a good piece of fortune is that New Zealand have been awarded a penalty. So Geordie Barrett at the 5-yard line has a chance to kick it straight in to touch for another line out. There is no way he can afford to go for the points, and he does just that. And so it is an attacking line out at the South African 5-yard line. Won by Retallick, I think. And we have a maul here. It could be a driving maul. Will this be enough to send New Zealand over the try line? Cody Taylor still has the ball. Aaron Smith trying to get it. And it's still not being released. And New Zealand pushing forward. Aaron Smith wants the ball. He's not going to get the ball. Or is he? Yes, he is. Smith to Geordie Barrett. New Zealand going to ground again. Retallick. Stopped in his tracks by Dialende. Still with the All Blacks. Smith. I believe that's Lomax. Surveyor retrieves it. Tries to move forward, but can't. Stopped in his tracks. Still with Smith. Mo'unga. Geordie Barrett. Out to Mark Talea. A very risky pass. Retrieved and crossed over by Bowden Barrett for the first try of the game. Well, New Zealand had to take some risks, and they've taken it, and there is no doubt that this try will stand. I don't seem to remember a point in history where the team scoring the most tries in a World Cup final has gone on to lose. I will have to look that up and find out. Talea with a very risky pass, but Barrett making up for some pretty poor handling at the back to cross over at the wing for a try. And
yes!
Some brilliant work from the New Zealanders.
Yes! Come on! Yes!
Yep, the captain is back, but try for the All Blacks. So this is going to be a tricky kick because Mo'unga's kicking was not impressive against Argentina. It's a 48% probability. And so he's got to try to sort of aim to bend this back in by going out a little bit and wide with his right foot if he can. But he can't afford to go too far. Does he get it in? No, he sends that wide.
Oh, no.
So the chance to put New Zealand into the lead has gone. But New Zealand are back into this with more than 20 minutes to go and scoring a try, 14 against 15. What a brilliant piece of play that was. But they know that the job is not yet done. They've got to continue. And Henry Pollard has sustained a bit of a nasty cut to his cheek. Will he be brought off? It will remain to be seen. And New Zealand have made a change. The totemic Etzebeth has been brought off for Klein, and Quagga Smith has come on for Dwayne Vermeulen. So more members of the bomb squad coming in. South Africa might need a bit of an explosion here. And this time, VMZ catching the ball near the touchline, or sort of outside, but opting not to continue the play. And 20 minutes to go exactly. New Zealand are very much back in this. And if they go on to win, it will be arguably the greatest and most heroic performance in All Black history. Losing their captain to a reckless challenge, having a try disallowed for a knock-on, going on to score another try.
They just need a drop goal or a penalty.
And New Zealand have won this line out. And Aaron Smith reclaims the ball and picks that into touch. And the New Zealanders have got the momentum. I do apologize, Ollie. I'm ahead of you, but I'm sorry, but my commentator voice gets the better of me.
Okay, it's fine.
And Aaron Smith is rising to the occasion magnificently here tonight. The All Black hacker leader, who leads the war dance, is now leading his team into war.
Who scored the try, Manny?
Bowden Barrett. And knock on there, sadly, will end that promising move from New Zealand. But South Africa still have got to make their one-man advantage count. But at the moment, I'll tell you what, they are under the cosh. Handling errors at the worst possible time. And once again, this time it's Reiko Ione with a poor mistake at the worst possible moment.
Awful.
Tano Maga there can't even look.
All done at one again. Come on.
Well, they've lost one or two of them, but I mean, they've been risky, really. And obviously, losing Sam Cane meant that they've had to shuffle their pack, and they've now got 3 second rows on the field in the form of Brodie Retallick, Scott Barrett, and Sam Whitelock. Whitelock, of course, is settling in the back row for the scrums. So they've had to change their strategy. Don't be too harsh, Stepsy. And the scrum. Ooh, a scrum lost there. Brilliant work from the New Zealanders. Smith retrieving that and passing it. And it is now with Surveyor, who was able to release that to Brodie Retallick. Ethan de Groot taking that and going to ground. Aaron Smith back, passing it to Surveyor, the captain on the field. And Smith, once again, really rising to the occasion. Going one better than perhaps the great George Gregan himself. A World Cup winner in 1999 as part of John Eales's crew. Mark Talea getting it from Smith and gaining some good yardage. Smith again. Scott Barrett. This is brilliant stuff. It is a privilege to be watching it, a bigger privilege to be commentating on it and bringing this to you all. Smith to Retallick. The big unit bustling forward. Smith to Surveyor now. New Zealand are pushing forward. That's the only thing they can afford to do. Into phase 8. Scotty Barrett now going to ground. Smith urging his men on, to come back in. Smith to de Groot. Smith to Surveyor. Whitelock is also in the picture trying to push the team forward. And he does so perfectly. Smith now to Maunga. All the way out to Jordan on the right. Jordan against Colby. And Quagga Smith, but Quagga Smith steals the ball from Jordan. Brilliant stuff from the number 21. And it is still de Klerk on the field. And, rather fortunate piece of handling there from the Ox and Che. Very fortunate not to concede a knock-on, but holding on to that somehow as he lost balance. Quagga Smith there with an important intervention. De Klerk shaping up to kick that, but does that have the distance to go into touch? No. And Geordie Barrett holds on to that magnificently. But the ball is lost and Khaleesi reclaims it. Pollard. Viemza. Viemza now has the chance to kick it forward, but that isn't going to cause New Zealand any problems, and Talea claims that easily. It is with Bowden Barrett now, who has the responsibility of either Well, he has the responsibility of kicking it into touch, and he fails with the ball nestling in the arms of Cheslin Colby, who catches that well enough. And with a little skip, Colby runs through the defense beyond the halfway line and is stopped in his tracks. De Klerk now to Dion Fury. Fury, all guts and fury going forward. And that is kicked into touch by Viemza. And we're going to see if that's going to be South African or a New Zealand line out. And we do have another change. It will probably be, I think they're both in New Zealand. So we see the props being replaced. It is, of course, yes, it is the backup tight head prop, Nepo Laulala, coming on for Tyrell Lomax, and Taimati Williams coming on for Ethan de Groot, with 15 minutes to go. New Zealand have the, I think they were referred to as the easy army or something like that. And Francois Maelbe's evening is over. He will be replaced by not Vincent Koch, who is unfit for today, but Trevor Nyakane, who will be expected to partner Dion Fury and Oxenche in the scrums. So the, pardon me, please, the entire front row of South Africa has now been replaced. It is still Cody Taylor at hooker for New Zealand. Quagga Smith there with an important steal. And as I speak, it is, in fact, Samisoni Takiaho who has come on for Cody Taylor. Edge of your seat stuff. You simply cannot afford to look away. Cheslin Colby there with the chance to try to take New Zealand even forward, but stopped in his tracks. And it is a New Zealand line out. So it is Takiaho who throws it and Retallick claims it. It is Smith to Mounga who tries to kick it further, but that doesn't go into touch and Colby claims that perfectly. It is Viemze now whose kicking has been brilliant. His catching has been even better. And this time around, Geordie Barrett steps up to the plate and claims it brilliantly. A nice little chip kick forward from Bowden Barrett, but that shouldn't cause any trouble. But that will go into touch for a South African line-out. And Henry Pollard still has blood coming out of that cut on his cheek. And that is Aaron Smith's last involvement of the night. What a magnificent impact he's had in the absence of the captain. And a big, big call this from Ian Foster. Finlay Christie now coming in to try and help get New Zealand over the line. What a way to go out. And Viemze's night is over. He's replaced by Willie LaRue. Fury with the line out. Dutoit rising up brilliantly and basically standing up in the maul and throwing it back to Fury, who tries to send it forward, and he does quite effectively. De Klerk to Nche, who tries to bulldoze forward, and he does magnificently. What brilliant yardage gain there from the big South Africa prop. An almost worthy replacement for the legend that is the beast, Tendai Matarawira. De Klerk hooking it up with that left foot of his. And New Zealand are able to claim that. And Khaleesi it is who does claim that. Some terrific passing going on. And South Africa can make this count. But Wayne Barnes has pulled play back. And play is still continuing. Colby is completely oblivious to that. But Well, I'm not too sure what's going on over there because because Barnes has pulled the play back, but the play has continued. South Africa think they've gone on and scored. I'm not too sure. Well, after that confusion, play has indeed been brought back. And we're going to see if there's a knock-on. And well, fortunately, play for New Zealand, play has indeed been brought back because South Africa could very easily have put the final out of reach with a try of their own. Unfortunately, though, for New Zealand, it is a South African scrum because the knock-on was committed by a New Zealander. So again, just a reminder, when an advantage is played, it is only played until the play ends. And if it doesn't end in a try, then play is brought back for the infringement to be penalised. Aaron Smith, of course, will be retiring from international rugby after this match alongside Sammy Whitelock. 2 big losses for the New Zealanders. Smith has played his part magnificently. Whitelock is still on the field and can still have a say in what happens here. And this time the South African scrum holds firm only just, and de Klerk is able to release the ball. And it's passed all the way to Quagga Smith, not Quagga Smith, I think that's Willie LaRue there who got the ball and sent that into touch. And that will, in fact, be a New Zealand line out. Twelve and a half minutes to go. New Zealand have won 16 of their lineouts to South Africa's 4. So I'm not too sure what steps he's talking about when he talks about how their strategy has not worked. Retallick wins that. Christie to Mo'unga. Surveyor, not Mo'unga, rather. And Christie once again coming in, and oh my goodness! Well, at the end of it all, New Zealand do win a penalty. Barnes, of course, giving that call New Zealand's way, probably for holding on against South Africa. And Geordie Barrett kicks that into touch at the halfway line. And so Taukei'aho has been taking the lineouts, of course, with Taylor off the field. And he's done his job so far, with New Zealand winning all of them. And, of course, Whitelock and Retallick and Scott Barrett are there, which is why Whitelock was brought on. And Whitelock wins this, and New Zealand were in a maul, but they released the ball very quickly. Geordie Barrett running in, and just beyond the halfway line. Christie has to work to release the ball, but instead it is Laulala who takes it and opts to go to ground. This time Christie gets involved, and he now has to find a pass to someone. Or he can just kick that high in the air. Just over 10 minutes remaining. Cheslin Colby catches that quite brilliantly. And possession is back with South Africa. New Zealand have got to try to reclaim possession if they want to have a chance of winning. Oxenche, brilliant yardage again from the big South Africa prop. They call him the Ox, just like they called another player, Jacobus Durant. I mean, not Jacobus, it was Petrus Durant, I think. They called him Oz, the Afrikaans version. And some pretty poor play there. It's hard to see who's won the ball back. And it is a South Africa penalty with 10 minutes to go. And you can see Manambi there, who was forced off early, urging his men on. And more substitutes coming on for New Zealand. Dalton Papai and Anton Leonard Brown. I think Leonard Brown will be replacing Will Jordan, who's done his dash. And Papai coming on for Retallick to try to shore up the back row. Retallick, of course, starting ahead of Whitelock tonight, but with Whitelock now in, Foster opting for some security in the back row. And once again, 1 point separates South Africa from victory, but South Africa do have a chance to increase that advantage if they can make the most of the extra man on the field, with Sam Cane, the New Zealand captain, having been sent off earlier. Ooh, couldn't afford to press the end stream button, and I'm glad I didn't. Should still have enough to win lineouts. Yeah, but here's the South Africa scrum. The ball is still stuck inside. Can de Klerk get the ball? Yes, he can. To the Allende, to Pollard. And this is where Leroux, Arenza being brought to ground. And now South Africa can really turn the screw on and force an issue here, but an attempted kick forward by de Klerk sees the ball back in New Zealand's hands. An excellent recovery tackle there from de Klerk on Beauden Barrett, and it is with Cheslin Colby now, who has the chance to kick it forward. Certainly not going to score a drop goal from that position. And Mark Talay is able to receive the ball, and is he able to boot that into touch with that big right leg of his? Yes, he is at the halfway line. So New Zealand still very much in it. And Mo'unga having the sense to get his hands away from that in order to avoid conceding a knock-on in that territory. Brilliant tackle there from Papai. And we have a South African line-out. Another Rugby World Cup winning captain, John Smith, in the stands. Line out one there by Peter Steph Dutoit. John Smith hoping to see Sia Khaleesi go one better than him and win his second World Cup as captain. Khaleesi, of course, had been sin-binned, but brought back onto the field. Huge driving maul now for South Africa, which could see them turn the tide for good. But New Zealand trying in vain to push back. De Klerk sort of getting it out, but New Zealand win the ball back. Excellent work from Finlay Christie, the scrum half. And it is now with an attempted pass back, brilliantly received. Geordie Barrett now running forward. Great stuff from the New Zealanders. Can they force the issue? Mo'unga to big Sam Whitelock. Mark Talea now can move forward. He will move through the South African defence quite expertly, but is finally brought to ground at the 22. Past Ione to Beauden Barrett. Just beyond the 22. New Zealand need to reclaim the ball, and they do. Christie now. Scott Barrett. Christie. Mo'unga. And Barnes brings the ball back. I wonder what seems to be going on here. Advantage was in fact being played, but we're going to the TMO now for a possible piece of foul play, and we're going to see what's going on here. Ooh.
What are they checking TMO for, man?
Possible piece of foul play, and a possible intervention there from Cheslin Colby, which could be subject to a TMO review. Could this lead to a penalty for New Zealand? We will have to see. But New Zealand making some good running. And New Zealand, I believe, have opted to go for the posts.
Yes, come on. There we go.
And it is a yellow card against Cheslin Colby. So it's effectively as good as a red, because he will be sin-binned for 10 minutes. And those 10 minutes will cover the 7 minutes left until the end of the game. So a pretty poor piece of play there from the number 11. Ooh, illegal intervention, I believe. And South Africa down to 14.
Both teams down to 14. And is it a yellow card? 2-4. Number 11.
And Colby is distraught. He will miss the rest of the match. He knows he's let his team down at the worst possible time.
If he sees the penalty.
And crucially, instead of Richie Mo'unga, it will be Geordie Barrett to take this kick.
Ooh.
Ian Foster has said, Richie, I cannot trust you with this. Geordie, you've got to go for this. Geordie's first kick of the match. Almost similar to Handry Pollard's match-winning kick against England. This is a kick from a long distance, near the halfway line. It is almost straight, but Barrett cannot afford to miss. And he misses it!
No!
And the gamble fails. Still 6.5 minutes left for New Zealand to try and pull the chestnuts out of the fire. This has been an absolutely heroic display by the New Zealanders. And Cheslin Kolbe is still absolutely gutted. He cannot bear to watch the rest of the match. If South Africa do go on to win, it will be all right in the end. And Jasper Wiese has come on for the captain, Sia Khaleesi. Certainly an eventful game for him. But New Zealand do have a chance to try to make it count now. Colby, of course, will be sin-binned for the remainder of the game. It will be effectively as good as a red card. And that means that New Zealand still have every chance of coming back into this game. That looked a forward pass to me. And Wayne Barnes agrees with me.
Oh my gosh, the guy who's been sin-binned can't watch. Oh, it'd be such a shame if New Zealand would lose this. Yeah.
And I believe that is Mo'unga's last action of the night. He is brought off for Damien McKenzie for the last 5 minutes or so. South Africa won their quarterfinal by 1 point. They won their semi-final by 1 point. They're leading the final by 1 point. Can they hold on in the last 5 minutes? 14 against 14.
South Africa scrum here. See what happens.
New Zealand could have ill afforded to go for the posts. They had to make the equality count. They had the momentum, and they lost it. And that will be the gamble that could cost them this World Cup final. Still 5 minutes left. De Klerk, Pollard, Creel, brought to ground. And once again, it is De Klerk to... I want to find out who the number 19 is. Klein, the former Irishman, of course, who is now on the field for South Africa in a World Cup final. What a turnaround it's been for him. And Pollard has a chance to go for a drop goal himself, but that is charged down legally, according to Wayne Barnes. And so New Zealand can come forward through Geordie Barrett. Punch sort of pushed back, almost punched back, really. And Christie has to try to get the ball and release it, and he does. And it is the, I believe, the New Zealand hooker, the replacement hooker, goes to ground. McKenzie. Williams. Back with Christie, of course, who passes it out. And Geordie Barrett once again going to ground. New Zealand trying in vain to release some pressure. Finlay Christie. And Beauden Barrett kicking it. Does that go into touch? No, it doesn't. Instead of Colby, it is Pollard who retrieves it. And what an intervention this could be from Pollard to Pieter-Steph du Toit. De Klerk. And a knock-on. New Zealand have the chance to release some pressure. But time is running out for the All Blacks. And Cheslin Kolbe again. Youthful exuberance getting the better of him. But will it prove as costly? Prove costlier than Sam Cane sending off, or will it just be academic? And Hardy Surveyor there with Richie Mungo off the field with a brilliant intervention. Dutoit crushing into Geordie Barrett there. And the Springboks can't watch. It is a South African scrum, New Zealand scrum, though, because of the South African knock-on.
Oh, just watch the game, man. Why is he covering his eyes? You're winning.
If he costs his team, he can't afford to. And with 3 minutes to go, it's still very much anybody's game. New Zealand can still win this, mind. Rick Ione going to ground. New Zealand have got to be smart. Charged down by Francois de Klerk, and that will be a line out.
To New Zealand.
Quite likely.
Wow.
Francois de Klerk, of course, was the star scrum half when South Africa won in 2019. Starting tonight ahead of Cobus Reinach, who isn't even in the 23. Whitelock winning that line out. Surveyor. Mackenzie. Geordie Barrett to Ione. Christie to Mackenzie again. Good control by Mackenzie. Eventually caught by Takeaho, the backup hooker who replaced Cody Taylor. And Christie now has to get in, get a move on. Hardy Surveyor trying to release the ball, and Christie does. Beauden Barrett. Mackenzie. And this time it is the number 20, Papai, who moves forward, but is tripped up. But Geordie Barrett now. Beauden Barrett. Scott Barrett. And Christie coming in to retrieve that and clean up the mess. Talea being brought to ground, but New Zealand are still running in hard with 1.5 minutes to go. It's all or nothing now for the New Zealanders. And if New Zealand can get in beyond the halfway line, at least they might have a chance of earning a penalty or two, which could give them another chance for a kick at goal, maybe. Beauden Barrett. Ione. And New Zealand lose the ball. But Barnes has stopped play. Or has he? No, I think he's played advantage. But Jesse Creel has the ball off to kick it forward. But that is easily claimed by Damien McKenzie, who can now run forward. And Barnes opting to play advantage. Brilliant running there from McKenzie, who gets it to Hardy Surveyor, who bursts through the defense and somehow manages to find Leonard Brown, who gets control of the ball. But it is a knock-on, and that is it, you think. Cheslin Colby still can't look, but you get the feeling that that will be that for New Zealand.
A minute left for me.
30 seconds for me.
All right. So I'm about 30 seconds behind. Come on, New Zealand. It's the last chance.
Well, the clock has stopped with 23 seconds remaining. And Surveyor is clearly having a huge chat with Wayne Barnes. He's not happy with some of the decisions. South Africa 23 seconds away from glory. And you feel with New Zealand having conceded that knock-on that will very much be that. And all that the All Blacks can do is look on disconsolately. They lost by a point in 1995. They're behind by a point now in 2023.
He's got a shirt
28 years on, history could be repeating itself. They scored and tried to get back into the game. They had the chance to go ahead, had two chances to go ahead with the conversion and a penalty. They failed with both. And those two gambles will prove costly.
Why are you crying, mate? It's just a game.
Ollie, that is out of order. You know what's at stake here.
I know, but the game isn't done yet. What's happening?
23. No, it's a scrum for South Africa, and at the end of this play, it will be all over.
Yeah.
It's been a gallant performance by the New Zealanders, recovering well from the loss of their captain. A brave performance by the All Blacks, but the South Africans just had too much about them. And very soon, Cheslin Kolbe will be able to uncover his shirt, and his tears of sadness will turn into tears of joy. And it's a destroyed South African scrum. So what happens here? 7 seconds left. A penny for Sam Cane's thoughts.
Take your shell.
Now you have to feel for the likes of Sam Whitelock in what will almost certainly be his last match as an All Black, on the field for the final few seconds as South Africa successfully defend their World Cup title. And South Africa hold on to the ball. And we are just above the beyond the 80 minutes. And very soon Wayne Barnes will be blowing his whistle. But a huge melee going on. I'm not too sure what... Well, that is that, gentlemen and ladies.
Goodbye.
The smiles on the faces of the South Africans say it all. South Africa hold on to pip New Zealand, and the Springboks successfully defend their World Cup title, which they won. Scott Barrett absolutely distraught. Thea Khaleesi and company jubilant. Cheslin Kolbe now weeping tears of joy. And as for Sam Cane, penny for Sam Whitelock's thoughts as his New Zealand career comes to an end. And I do apologize, of course, for Ollie, storming off like that. Like me, we both predicted New Zealand to win by hefty margins, but 1 point separated South Africa and France in the quarterfinal. 1 point separated South Africa and England in the semi-final. 1 point separated South Africa and New Zealand in the 1995 World Cup final. And as the whistle blows for full time, this is the final score. New Zealand 11, South Africa 12. Despite Beauden Barrett's magnificent try, South Africa had enough about them to hold on. Crucial errors made at the worst possible time for New Zealand, and some poor gambles that were taken to go for the posts and try for the conversion, the failed conversion and the failed penalty, and it proved costly. Scott Barrett breaking down, and you wonder if there will ever be an occasion where you see three brothers from the same family playing in a World Cup final ever again. We've been on air for 3 hours, and it has been an absolute privilege, as I've said, to bring this final to you. What drama, what excitement, what tension, what absolute... I'm lost for words. I am lost for words. And you can see the relief on Cheslin Kolbe's face, and it does look as though we will be able to see the presentation ceremony. Unlike in the third and fourth place playoff, we will in fact be able to see the presentation ceremony here. You can see a disconsolate looking Beauden Barrett, who certainly played his part. And I do hope the All Blacks will rally around Sam Cane. As captain, obviously, it was a dreadful infraction from him that saw him get sent off. He'll be thinking that he cost his team the World Cup. I do genuinely hope that he won't be blamed. Well, we're seeing the man of the match being awarded, and I believe it is awarded to Pieter-Steph du Toit, who had a terrific game, of course, in the final. And of course, as many of you know, I picked him in my All-Star 15. And there he is at number 7. The MasterCard player of the match. Excellent work during the breakdowns, and certainly made the advantage in the back row count. Not really quite able to hear what he's saying, but I'll mute it though. So basically, Pieter-Steph du Toit basically talking about the heavy drama and eventually having everything come to fruition. I wasn't able to get the first part of the interview, but I think it is fair to say that he was quite relieved at the end. It certainly wasn't a very convincing win like it was 4 years ago. They were up against a magnificent All Black team who fought bravely and gallantly and magnificently after the loss of their captain, Sam Cane. But in the end, New Zealand buckled under the pressure, and South Africa had enough to hold on. And what a moment for Jean Klein, the former Irish international who was a part of his squad, of the Irish squad 4 years ago, returning to South Africa like the prodigal son and coming off the bench to play in a World Cup final. Stuff of dreams. Confirmation, South Africa holding on to pip New Zealand 12-11. The Springboks defending their World Cup title and also winning a historic 4th. And Sam Cane absolutely gutted. He knows that he cost his team the match. And we're going to hear from the South African captain now, Siya Kolisi, so I'll mute. Sorry. Yeah, we just heard from Sia Khaleesi basically saying credit to the All Blacks who gave a magnificent fight. Credit to the boys as well. And once again, the same line. Somehow we found a way. And what can you say after 3 successive 1-point wins in the knockout stages? And we're going to hear from the South Africa coach, Jacques Nina. And also outgoing coach Jacques Nienaber saying that the experience of the Springboks pulled them through, with several of the guys, of course, playing in their 3rd World Cup. New Zealand also very experienced, but sadly the experience was belied with a few mistakes at the worst possible time. South Africa with 209 tackles made, man of the match Dutoit making 27, Khaleesi himself making 14, and they conceded 10 penalties, won 5 turnovers, as did New Zealand. They missed 36 tackles. And New Zealand obviously were the bigger attacking threat. And you can see a distraught Ardie Surveyor there, hoping to emulate his brother Justin by being a World Cup winner, but it wasn't to be. Hopefully in 4 years' time, mate, you'll get your chance. The South Africans are all smiles at the moment, as they should be. The New Zealanders are distraught. Fine margins separate the winners and losers, and it's proved to be the case tonight. The big calls to drop Libbok and Reynak from the starting lineup proved to be masterstrokes, with both Pollard and de Klerk playing big roles. And now we're going to hear from New Zealand coach Ian Foster. So the outgoing All Blacks coach Ian Foster, who had certainly been through a lot of ridicule in the run-up to the tournament, he certainly would have loved to have gone out with a win, but paid tribute to the spirit and the togetherness shown by the All Blacks, proud to play for the nation. Fine margins, and sport is cruel sometimes, and when you take gambles, sometimes they just don't work out the way you want. And obviously, Sam Cane is hurting, and he says that it will be sorted out later. Clearly, Kane is in no mood to really speak, and you can see the tears starting to fall from the New Zealanders, and as it should be. But we should have Hanno coming back, I think, hopefully once the celebrations died down. Yeah. They actually stopped the Kiwis. They did, son. And we are about to come up to the... Oops, we got the captain here, Sam. Obviously, Captain Kane too distraught to speak very much, and understandably so. But you can see the beast Tendai Matauira, successful veteran, of course, of the 2019 vintage. The man who did make the difference for South Africa against England in the scrums, especially, and. You can see the smiles on his face as he went on the stands with the trophy about to be awarded. I believe Papai referred to his bench as Easy Street in comparison to the bomb squad, and we see the South Africans in a huge huddle. And what can be said? This is why you watch sport. It is cruel sometimes as the tears start to flow down Geordie Barrett's face. What a tournament he's had. The South Africans are all smiles, just as they were in 1995, just as they were in 2007, just as they were 4 years ago. And the smiles are probably even bigger today as they make history by winning a historic 4th World Cup title. Damien Viemze, what a game he's had. Certainly found to be weak in the semi-final against England, but this time he stepped up magnificently. Beauden Barrett, utterly distraught. You wonder if you will ever see the three Barretts on stage in the World Cup final again, with all of them very much into their 30s. Aaron Smith looking on the bright side of life, posing with his child. One of the greatest scrum halves of all time. No disrespect to Georgie Gregan and Joost van der Westhuizen and company. But Francois de Klerk, a second World Cup title for him in succession. Definitely right up there among one of the greats. Certainly was solid in comparison to Smith, who obviously was a big difference maker along with Beauden Barrett. Sam Whitelock, of course, coming on with all his caps, could have made a big difference and very nearly did. But this is sport. This is cruel. And once again, I must apologize for Ollie abruptly leaving the screen. But you know, again, this is sport. It is exceptionally cruel. And I think it's fair to say that New Zealanders were under the cosh with South Africa not making any of the mistakes they made against New Zealand in the semi-final. And kicking for penalties was always going to put New Zealand on the back burner. I mean, sort of on the back foot, behind the 8 ball. And of course, Kane getting sent off did not help. Obviously, too distraught to speak, but brave enough to face the media and face the music. Just updating my Instagram story. And boy, this is why rugby is quite simply one of the greatest ever sports to watch. Rugby union, that is. I mean, I haven't seen too much rugby league. Obviously, I used to watch a bit of it back in England, but I was never really a big fan of that. And you do get a lot of people who switch over and play in different codes, Andy Farrell being one of them. And we're almost in time for the presentation ceremony, and the all-English team walk up to receive their medals. Wayne Barnes, of course, I believe in his last match before retiring as an official. And thank you very much indeed, Chelsea fan. And very well said. And I understand, Hannah, if you want to continue celebrating with your family. If there's no way that you can possibly come back, if you want me to end the stream, just shoot me a message and I will do so in the next few minutes. But of course, not before seeing South Africa win the trophy. And we see the French president, Emmanuel Macron, over there, obviously gutted that his France team couldn't make the knockout stages, but on hand, all smiles to greet both of the winners. And Handré Pollard there, also a very big call to start him ahead of Manny Libbok, but a call which was justified. And now we see the New Zealanders coming up to receive their medals, looking absolutely disconsolate, starting with Sam Cane in his sort of overcoat, receiving a silver medal. First to face the music and looking absolutely gutted. Tyrell Lomax, who certainly played his part in the front row. Finlay Christie, the Scotland-born scrum half, ensuring that there would be a Scotsman in the World Cup final. Reiko Ione, who was certainly one of South Africa's New Zealand standouts. Dalton Papai coming in off the bench. I believe that was Will Jordan, of course, who played his part with scoring so many tries. Brodie Retallick, who started ahead of Sam Whitelock tonight. And you can see them looking absolutely disconsolate as they receive their medals. Damien McKenzie and Anton Leonard-Brown. Richie Mounga, who missed that conversion, which could have put New Zealand ahead. Always the fine margins, people. Always the fine margins. Mark Talea in his overcoat. Shannon Frizzell, who had been sin-binned but brought back. Geordie Barrett. Bowden Barrett. I believe Scott Barrett received his medal earlier. And Cody Taylor, the hooker. Aaron Smith, the magnificent scrum half and hacker leader. Certainly his vocal, animated leading of the hacker will be missed as he steps into retirement. And the substitutes also coming on, and we see... Oh, no, Scott Barrett has received his medal now. My bad. And then Ardie Surveyor, the vice-captain, who led the team on the field after Kane went off. Big Sam Whitelock in what is almost certainly to be his final game before retirement. Whoops. Might have to get rid of that. A rare epic fail. And as the officials and the coach receive their medals, it is confirmed that the runners-up in the 2003 Rugby World Cup are the All Blacks of New Zealand. They've played their part in such a dramatic, tumultuous, almost cataclysmic final. And our commiserations to them as always. And Ian Foster can hold his head up high as he vacates the New Zealand job to be replaced very soon. And one gets the impression that it will be a new generation of All Blacks. It will remain to be seen if Sam Cane still has the support and the willingness to continue leading the team after this absolute shocker. But as for South Africa, they're also going to go through some generational changes, certainly with the likes of Khaleesi, Etzebeth, and several other members of both squads now into their 30s. I'm not too sure that this would necessarily be the greatest South African, the greatest rugby team of all time, because you take a look at how they weren't exactly dominant this time around in the tournament, and they had to rely on grit to win all of their 3 knockouts here by a solitary point. Whereas under Richie McCaw, the All Blacks were always a dominant force. So I'm really sorry to have to say this, Hanno and Shoes and other South African fans. This team, as magnificent as it is, will always come second to the All Blacks of 2011 and 2015. Aaron Smith, of course, having received his medal, sharing the moment with his child. What a magnificent player he has been. Double World Cup winner, wanted a third. It wasn't meant to be. But the team's name has been engraved on the Webb Ellis Trophy. And very soon it will be time for South Africa to receive their medals and for Siya Kolisi to be awarded the trophy. Starting off, of course, with the backroom staff who have played their roles in this success. South Africa holding on, of course, to pip New Zealand and winning a 4th title. The first ever team to win 4 times, and they also have a perfect record of winning all 4 of their finals. Siya Kolisi, of course, being the second captain to defend the World Cup trophy, the Webb Ellis Trophy, after the former All Black captain, Richie McCaw. And a wonderful tradition of seeing the players come last while the backroom staff get their well-deserved medals. And now we see the team coming in to very soon receive their medals. Manambi will obviously be leading the way, definitely one of South Africa's standouts in the tournament. His final tragically ended very early with an injury and was replaced by Dion Fury for the remainder of the game. But he can look back on a tournament with pride, and of course, he's there in my 15. But we see Rudolf Sneeman also standing up there. He certainly played his part, of course, as South Africa beat England in the semis. Peter Septutois, of course, was the man of the match. We will have to find out who the player of the tournament is. I'll have to check out BBC Sport for the news over there. Yep. Gave it their hearts tonight. They absolutely did. And the coaching staff with Ninaber and Erasmus. Andy Mertens, the ex-New Zealand fly half, saying he's proud of the boys, an awesome effort. They had some opportunities. They let nobody down. Sam Cane is not notorious for being a dirty player. He makes hard legal tackles. On another occasion, he says that might not be a red card. He had led by example, nothing to be ashamed about. And the South African players received their medals, starting with Francois de Klerk, the scrum half, Cheslin Colby. I believe that's Kurtley Ironser. Dion Fury, what a moment for him. Age 37, stepping into the breach and marshalling the team superbly in the front row. More and more reserve team players coming to receive their medals. It's always a squad game more than anything else. You do have to feel for the likes of Kobe Reinach, who I think is receiving his medal now. And, of course, Manny Libak, who had started most of the games but were benched, dropped out of the squad for this final. And a very big call by Jaap Nienaber and Rassie Erasmus. Trevor Nyakane, who came in for Vincent Koch and also played his part. Manambi, of course, a standout. Quagga Smith coming on, making some very important interventions. Koch himself, sadly unfit, but receiving his medal. And also Francois Mayobe coming on to receive his medal. And what a tournament for Jean Klein, formerly of Ireland, now back with South Africa, and a world champion. You couldn't script it better. Player of the match, Pieter-Steph du Toit. And there was, of course, Jasper Wiese there. Oxen Che, the big unit. A worthy replacement for Tendai Matawira, perhaps. Props do not eat salad. He prefers cake. And I think Hannah will talk about that sooner rather than later. Damien Dialende, a fine tournament for him. Jesse Creel, the number 13. RG Sneeman, who made the difference against England. Damien Viemze, with his kicking, certainly had an improved game. A little kiss on Cheslin Colby's head, as if to say, it's all right, little brother. We've weathered the storm. Francois Mostert there, receiving his medal. Stephen Kitchoff, the starting loose head prop, who played his part and was, of course, replaced by Che, as was the case would be. Willie LaRue, who would come on for Viemze and tidy everything up, did so perfectly in the semis. Dwayne Vermeulen. Eben Etzebeth, perhaps the de facto vice captain and certainly a totemic presence in the team. 100 caps of his own. And, of course, Captain Khaleesi, who will be receiving the trophy very soon. Only the second captain to defend the World Cup after the legendary All Black Richie McCaw. And it is, of course, that time for the fireworks to go off and for the celebrations are about to begin as Khaleesi receives the trophy. And the 2003 Rugby World Cup champions are South Africa. And the fireworks go off at the Stade de France. What a game. What a tournament. What a fantastic festival of rugby we've seen. It has not disappointed. And Khaleesi raises it high once again. Captain Khaleesi, an iconic figure. Going one better than Francois Pienaar in 1995. Going one better than John Smith in 2007. Siya Khaleesi is in every way the symbol of South African hope. The boy who grew up not being able to afford shoes to go to school has led his team to a historic 4th World Cup title, 2nd in succession. And kisses being planted all on the trophy left, right, and center. Damien Viemze with his head in his hands. He can't quite believe how he was able to get it together. And the lights go down. And will we see some more fireworks at the Stade de France? My coverage is, of course, a little bit choppy and undependable. And as ill luck has it, the coverage has now ended as the lights have gone out at the Stade de France. Well, I am going to possibly message Hanno to see if he can, come back into the stream and give his final thoughts. Still celebrating with his family, quite obviously. And once again, basically showing time and time again they found a way to win, according to Sam Cane, paying tribute to the courage his 14 men showed. Gutted and disappointed that they had to play with 14 men for 50-odd minutes. And some people not really being impressed with South Africa, saying they just scraped past 14 players. They never looked like scoring a try in the second half. We're incredibly lucky even to win, even with Wayne Barnes helping them with the 50-50 calls. And there is one Irishman who's won 2 World Cups, former Munster and Ireland player Felix Jones, having won 2 Rugby World Cups with South Africa as a coach. Jones certainly knows how to win the trophy, as did Eddie Jones in 2007 when he was assistant to Jake White when they beat England, of course. And he will be joining the England setup as an assistant coach. And at only 36, he's got a decent CV indeed. Siya Kolisi, of course, confirming that New Zealand took South Africa to a dark place, took them to the end. And once again, the fight that South Africa showed, they play for the nation. The country goes through a lot. It isn't just about the game, he said. The players are always grateful that they can be here. And of course, many of the All Blacks actually ripped the medals off their necks after they received them, the runners-up. Beauden Barrett, of course, was a member of the 2001 team, which beat France 8-7 in an absolute cliffhanger, another one-pointer. So at least New Zealand can talk about having won a World Cup by a point. And some concerns about how the game is becoming a little bit more attritional, saying that the game is becoming less appealing and will attract less people. I'm going to disagree. I think the way the rugby has been played throughout this tournament, there will be some new fans coming in. There will certainly be more and more fans coming in to watch the game. And as long as it's active and vibrant at an international level with the best teams performing really well, it will continue to shine. And yeah, listen, I'm not too sure I can play this something. I'll have to put your voice note on the microphone. I'll try and see if I can get it. But I'll wait for you to send that message, all right? And the turnovers were a big stat. South Africa winning 7 of them to just 1 from New Zealand. And of course, South Africa taking advantage of New Zealand, cracking under the pressure at the worst possible time. And as South Africa's players converged in the huddle, World in Union rang out. Normally, we'd see World in Union being sung at the opening ceremony for the final. This time we didn't. Pieter du Toit confirming that the team likes drama a great deal. The last 3 games, of course, being tough. It is what it is. And I think there was another comment here saying 3 games won by a single point difference. It's all down to the mental strength. So no sour grapes here. I think South Africa, at the end of the day, probably deserved the title. They beat France quite intelligently. They outsmarted England when it mattered. And I think another comment here saying that when Pollard and de Klerk were called for the final at the expense of Reynak and Libak, a lot of people knew it was over. Sporting Tournament of the Year, according to one person. Colby also had a fine game. And confirmation, of course, of the tackle count. 209 tackles made by South Africa to New Zealand, not even making 100. In fact, a combined 302 tackles were made by both teams, but South Africa making 209 of them. And Martin Johnson, the former World Cup winning captain for England, saying, while South Africa didn't score a single point in the second half, and he also feels that the decision to send off Sam Cane and keep Siya Kolisi on was definitely a big call. I actually think that Khaleesi played it right by turning his head so that it avoided the impression of foul play, and mitigating circumstances were applied. Elation and relief for South Africa, but you play the game for that. And New Zealand simply didn't have a plan B. And once Sam Cane went off, you know that it was effectively all hands on deck, desperation. They scored 2 magnificent tries with their forwards and backs combining beautifully. One of them sadly disallowed for a knock-on by Ardy Surveyor. The other one being allowed with Beauden Barrett stepping up. Sadly, it just wasn't enough, with Richie Mo'unga missing the conversion and Geordie Barrett missing a chance to put New Zealand ahead. A brilliant finale for a magnificent tournament. Polar opposites. Matt Dawson saying that this South African team could be the greatest ever. I completely disagree. I think the New Zealand sides under Richie McCaw were always going to be the better team because of how dominant they were in 2011 and 2015. Right, so he sent the voice note, and I will check it. Chelsea fans saying thank you to us for the Rugby World Cup streams. Enjoyed them all. Big up yourselves. Big up to you for your kind of consistent support. And I will play this voice note if I can. Whoops. A little brain freeze there. I'm going to have to find out where the sound comes from here, so just give me a minute, yeah? Now we're going to try.
Guys, I've lost the words right now. I absolutely don't know how we done that. Didn't score any points in the second half. And we also didn't even, didn't score, lost, got 2 yellow cards. Wow, we just fight to the end. And but to New Zealand, they gave us a hell of a game, even 14 men. 201 points. It's magnificent. I'm lost for words. We done. It's life for British. I might do another show tomorrow or during the week, give you a review. Yeah. But yeah, Springboks on top. Four World Cups, best World Cup team in rugby history. But shout out to New Zealand. They gave us a hell of a game. But yeah, cheers, people. Have a good night.
Well, if any of you are in the chat, I hope you were able to hear all of that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hear it myself and try and see if I can. No time for that. No time for that. Because now we are coming up to 3 hours and 15 minutes. It's been an absolute marathon. I've absolutely enjoyed staying up until the early hours here in my neck of the woods, bringing it to you. And you know, what can I say? What can I say? What can I say? This tournament just proves why rugby is such a magnificent game to watch, as I've said. And I'm really only sorry that not too many more of my friends from YouTube could make it. Obviously, I know that a lot of Irish fans would be gutted to not be in the final. I think obviously losing to New Zealand really took a lot out of them. It could have been Ireland in the final playing South Africa, and maybe it could have been a repeat of the pool game. And I think it's fair to say that when we take a look at the way the draw was conducted, it was an absolute travesty to see the current 4 best top teams in the world being drawn effectively on one side of the draw, so that in the quarterfinals they'd effectively knock each other out. And so for Warren Gatland to say, it is what it is and teams are just going to have to suck it up, I will have to say that as heartbreaking as the Welsh defeat was, Gatland got exactly what he deserved. Because when you take a look at the quality of rugby played by France, Ireland, New Zealand, and South Africa in the pool stages, yes, I know New Zealand and South Africa lost one of their pool games each, but to France and Ireland respectively. But easily they were the 4 best teams in the tournament. Fiji did play some wonderful rugby to beat Australia and deservedly secure their spot in the knockout stages, but they were never really going to go far. And the fact that England did allow them to tie them up at 24 all in that quarterfinal really showed that England were just not quite the finished article. The pool game against Samoa almost confirmed that, and it had to take Danny Care's interventions at the beginning and near the end not at the beginning, but near the end, of course, after he came on to see England through. But England, of course, do deserve credit for recovering to, qualify for the semi-final and take South Africa almost all the way. And they were 3 minutes away from a historic 5th World Cup final themselves. Although it's fair to say that if they had qualified, I think New Zealand would have literally run roughshod over them. And as for Wales, well, they started not the best. They were taken all the way by Fiji. They destroyed an out-of-sorts Australia under Eddie Jones, who was also, I think, has seen better days as a coach, it has to be said, a bit like Gatland. And, against Argentina, they were probably the favourites, but their callowness and inexperience cost them at the worst possible time. I really don't understand Gatland's fascination with appointing young captains for tournaments. It seldom works out. Even in Sam Warburton's case, he got sent off in the semi-final when he captained the team. I believe that was in 2015, if I'm not wrong, or was that 2011? I forget which. But obviously, it might have been in 2011 because I remember they lost to France in the semi-finals that time. And, of course, Sam Warburton getting himself sent off in that match didn't help either. Impetuousness there. So Wales obviously promising a great deal after some pool heroics, but ultimately disappointing. And with several of their big stars having retired as well, the likes of Dan Biggar, Lee Halfpenny, and several others, Alan Wynne-Jones and Justin Tipperidge retired, of course, before the tournament. And I do believe that Gatland might have forced their hands in a way after extensive talking to AWJ. I think it was fair to say that they didn't want AWJ to be a passenger. He is still capable of doing well, and he did sign for Toulon as what they would call a World Cup joker. Another term for cover in that sense of the word. And Tipperidge is still playing well for the Ospreys back in Welsh club rugby, but I think the feeling from Gatland and his coaching staff was that the team would have been too old and Alan Wynne-Jones wouldn't have been able to contribute effectively, so he was forced out, I would say, and we will receive confirmation from that sooner rather than later when the legend releases his autobiography. But of course, he has the small matter of the Barbarians game to look forward to against his beloved Wales when they return from the World Cup. And it was just tragic, of course, as I said, to see those those top 4 teams, not fighting to the death like gladiators in the quarterfinals. But I did predict that the winner would be one of those 4 teams, and 2 of those teams, as good fortune would have it, reached the final. Definitely the cream rising to the top. You have to feel for the Irish, you have to feel for the French, but it just wasn't meant to be, and sport is cruel that way. And France do have a young team on the up. Ireland will have said goodbye to Keith Earls and their talismanic captain, Johnny Sexton. I don't know if Peter O'Mahony will be around. I think he could possibly end up either captaining the team or being asked to stick around as a senior player. We will see. the future is bright for a lot of teams who have played in this tournament, especially some of the younger teams. But certainly for teams like New Zealand, there will be a lot of changes to be made. England will also have to make a lot of changes after seeing Courtney Laws and Ben Youngs announce their retirements as well. I think Danny Kerr said that he will want to stick around. He will win his 100th cap if he is selected for the Six Nations, and he will certainly have a role to play as more of a backup to Alex Mitchell and Jack van Poortvliet. And Owen Farrell will still possibly captain the team, although it will be doubtful as to whether he will have another tournament. But for the likes of Dan Cole and maybe Joe Marler and several others, you have to think that they've done their dash. And, wow, I'm almost lost for words as to what to really say. And I don't know if there are too many more people in the chat because the main action is over, but we'll probably end this stream in another few minutes anyway. But there's so much on which to reflect in this tournament. I'm so privileged to have been able to catch as many matches as I could, with as many as 3 matches being played in the day due to my scheduling. Obviously, I couldn't watch all 3 of them, but the marquee matches, of course, were always scheduled for the prime time slot of 8 p.m. UK, which meant 12:30 a.m. here in India, meaning that I'd have to stay up until about 3 in the morning or 2:30 or even 3 to cover them. It's going to be 3:30 now. And, well, it's been tough holding the fort, but I've enjoyed every minute of it. And I hope you've all enjoyed my, as I've said, very amateurish commentary. I hope we will have gotten some really good views on this stream. Love being a part of the Coach's Corner and being able to cover different sports. And, of course, there is the small matter of the Cricket World Cup, which will be going on. In contrast to the rugby boys, England's cricketers have been an absolute disgrace. I do believe Australia beating New Zealand early on today will have secured England's departure from the tournament. So all England can afford to do is effectively play for pride. And yet the way they've been playing, I fear that they could end up losing even to the Netherlands. I don't think they've got much of a chance against Australia, even with their weak seam attack. And against India, can you imagine the massacre? Oh, boy. And, of course, the football going on. I didn't even bother to watch Arsenal, Sheffield United, and Eddie Nketiah hat-trick. Big whoop. And, of course, Del Boy, I don't think had a call-in show for that. But the rugby has kept me, engaged and occupied, and I'm really proud to have covered it. I'm so grateful to Sony Sports Network here in India. Big shout out to them. Thank you for doing your bit to provide some coverage, imperfect as it was. Confirmation of the final headlines at full time. South Africa pipping New Zealand by the score of 12-11, despite not scoring a single try, despite not scoring any points in the second half. The defence holding fourth against New Zealand's beautifully free-flowing attack. South Africa holding on to pip New Zealand, winning a historic 4th title and defending the Webb Ellis Trophy. Pieter-Steph du Toit was the man of the match. We still don't know who the player of the tournament was, and I really don't know if we will be able to effectively find that out, but maybe that will be confirmed later on, and the BBC don't have any real updates on that, so I think we will have to effectively leave that be. And confirmation that Mongeni Monambi only played 21 minutes of the final in 2019, and he lasted 4 minutes tonight. But he has 2 World Cup medals, so not bad bad going for 25 minutes graft. And another comment over here saying that the legacy of this World Cup is that the rules around red cards are too arbitrary. So many debatable decisions where players have either been left on or off the field. Teams shouldn't be punished for marginal calls. 20 minutes in the bin, and then the red-carded player has to be substituted. Being more appropriate. Interesting call, and I think the IIF will have to take a look at that. Martin Johnson once again paying tribute to the physical nature of the South Africans, saying that they will simply eat you up. It played into South Africa's hands. South Africa, a difficult team to beat. Quagga Smith coming on, turning balls over. Chanced around the breakdown that forced Wayne Barnes to make some decisions. Niemaba confirming that his team are warriors and fighters, and the experience simply got them through. And of course, as Hanno said, South Africa played the other 5 teams in the current top 6 in World Rugby to win the Rugby World Cup. Testaments of the quality and experience of their playing squad, as well as a fine coaching box ever assembled. Ian Foster, of course, on the hurt, and obviously trying to protect his captain, Sam Cane, who eventually came out to speak. Bobby Skinstad, former South Africa captain. A special moment seeing Siya Kolisi lift the trophy twice. And Siya Kolisi, of course, once again emulating the likes of David Kirk in 1987, Nick Farr-Jones in 1991, Francois Pienaar in 1995, John Eales in 1999, Martin Johnson in 2003, John Smith in 2007, Richie McCaw in 2011 and 2015. They've lifted the Rugby World Cup as captains. McCaw's lifted it twice, and now so has Kolisi. Will it be a third time in 2027? We will have to wait and see. I don't know if there's anything more to add. Siya Kolisi saying, paying tribute to what the sport did in 1995. Without that, people like him wouldn't be there. People before that who fought for people that looked like him to be in the jersey, never mind captaining the team. New Zealand, obviously, of course, came back harder, were more dangerous after the red card, which is why they were so successful over the years. And his own moment of naughtiness very nearly cost the team a red card, but was smart enough to leave the benefit of doubt with the TMO officials. And obviously some more commentary being there, but the headlines coming in, of course, Kolisi, the second captain to defend the Rugby World Cup trophy after Richie McCaw. New Zealand gallantly fighting to the end, but finishing runners-up to South Africa by 1 point, as they did in 1995. And as South Africa did in 1995, in 2007, and 2019, in 2013, that's 4 finals they played, 4 finals won. And that is probably what Matt Dawson meant when he said that South Africa are the greatest Rugby World Cup team in history. New Zealand, of course, having lost 2 finals in addition to winning 3. And yeah, but listen, I tried playing your message through, and hopefully a lot of people could hear it. But listen, we are coming up to 4 hours, so I will be ending the stream in a matter of seconds. But obviously, this is the big headline. The Springboks, South Africa, are the Rugby World Cup champions of 2023. I want to pay tribute to every single one of you in the chat who's joined in tonight. Big up to Chelsea fan, Daz Reynolds, and the other ones who have been very supportive indeed. Stepsy Hatter and a few others, of course. If I can see a few more people. And Loot Until I Die, also a newcomer. And basically all of you that have joined in have played your part. Special shout out to Sports Talk across the pond, Shoes as well, a South African fan who didn't like my All-Star 15 and 8, but it is what it is. But I will be taking leave of you right now, and I want to say thank you all very much again. All of you have made these streams on the channel what they are. All of you make the channel what it is, and I'm just happy to play my part, bringing this wonderful sporting event, all these sporting events to you. And I will continue to do that in the near future. But until then, this has been Manny Thangadurai on the Coach's Corner, saying good night, goodbye, God bless, take care of yourselves. And for the final time for this Rugby World Cup, we are out.